Chapter 655. Starting from September 20th, the government began to issue conscription orders. McMao. In the conference room of South District, Huang Jing said, "The government did not enlist MCMAU into battle because MCMAU's previous battle had just ended. The Department of Education felt that we needed to recuperate." Tang Feng said calmly, "There's no need for that. I'll be participating in this battle. Even if they didn't, they wouldn't reject me if I went." Everyone looked at him. Tang Feng glanced at Fang Ping and said, "How do martial artists improve if they don't fight? During the battle at the Gate of Heaven, we didn't put in much effort at all. The light injuries we suffered have long since healed. If I don't fight, I'll need at least a year to reach middle stage rank 7. The only way to break through the barrier was to continuously fight and fight to the death. Only when one's psyche was stimulated and his qi and blood surged to the limit. I don't want to be a burden all the time. In MCMEU now, it doesn't make a difference if I'm around or not." As Tang Feng spoke, he swept a glance at Fang Ping. His gaze was unfriendly as he said, "This will prevent some brat from using his mentality to spy on me in the middle of the night without me noticing." Fang Ping looked innocent. "You're accusing me wrongly." "Humph." Tang Feng's gaze became even more unfriendly. He said sharply, "If not, why would everyone know that I ate something in the middle of the night?" Fang Ping was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He raised his hand and swore, "Don't look at me. I didn't do it. It was Teacher Li who told me. He said that you have a special hobby and can't sleep without eating stinky tofu in the middle of the night. That's how I found out about this. You were the one who spread it." "No." "Humph." The atmosphere in martial arts universities was becoming more and more abnormal. "When I go to the forbidden catacombs this time, I will also question Minister Zhang. Evil practices must be banned, starting with him. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. In the past, I thought that Minister Zhang was kind and considerate to the people. Now." Tang Feng could not be bothered to explain. MCMAU's unhealthy tendencies were all caused by Zhang Tao. When he went to the forbidden catacombs this time, he would definitely interrogate Zhang Tao harshly. As the head of a department, should he do such a thing? Don't you have any morals? In the long run, wouldn't everyone be in danger? He ate stinky tofu, and the whole school knew about it. Even his own daughter would ask him, "Dad, did you eat it last night?" And the key to all of this was strength. Early stage rank 7 strength was not enough. It was far from enough. He couldn't even block the mental probing of these bastards. Fang Ping shrugged. "If you want to question him, go ahead. I won't stop you. I didn't eavesdrop anyway. Old man, Li has been doing this a lot lately. Tang Feng is going. Who else wants to go?" Huang Jing did not care about the noise from these guys and asked again, "Me." Lu Fengru answered without explaining. Old man Li chuckled. "I'll go take a look too. I won't fight. I'll just watch. If the restricted zone knows about me, they'll probably send a rank 9 to keep an eye on me. I can also hold back a rank 9's combat strength." Huang Jing heard this and said, "If the 3 of you want to go, I'm afraid the principal can't go." Elder Fan had been recruited. The Ministry of Education wanted the principal to stay in Hope City to prevent any trouble from happening in Shanghai. High Grandmaster Su Haoren was stationed in the catacombs of Zhongzhou, replacing Alliance leader Zhao. High Grandmaster Wei Yong guarded the Nanjiang catacombs, replacing Wu to guard it. This way, Elder Fan, Alliance Master Zhao, and Guardian Wu will be able to fight. At the side, Lu Polu spoke slowly. "I won't be going this time." As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping and asked, "Do you still have life essence? Lend me 10 caddies." Fang Ping's expression was one of astonishment, followed by extreme joy. Lu Polu was the oldest grandmaster in MCMAU. He rarely said anything, much less took the initiative to ask Fang Ping to borrow anything. But now, Fang Ping said immediately, "No problem. Is 10 caddies enough?" Old Lu, you're going to. Lu Polu laughed. Not yet. I've only honed 21 skulls now. There are still 5 that haven't been honed. This time, I want to try and see if I can complete the honing of these 5 skulls as soon as possible. I've been stuck at rank 7 for too long, so long that I'm almost in despair. During the Nanjing battle, I thought that if I went, the one who would most likely die would be me. In the end, it was NMAU's vice-chancellor and the others. During the Magic City battle, I thought that I would die too. In the end, I didn't. Since I can't die, then I'll take a gamble. This time I'll try and see if I can complete the honing of the skulls using a large amount of life essence like I did with longevity. 21 pieces already. Old Lu, you're progressing really fast these days. Fong Ping beamed. Life essence is no problem. If Old Lu needs it, I still have some imperishable substances that are more suitable for honing the skulls. If I can enter rank 8, then MCMA will be even stronger. Lu Pola's qualifications were really old. The people of the old vice-chancellor's generation took an even longer time to break through to rank 7. Logically speaking, after rank 7, the barrier of qualifications had already been eliminated. However, it was unknown whether it was because of his previous injuries or his old age that he lacked some drive. Lu Polu had never been able to enter rank 8. Now there was finally some hope. No wonder he did not mention going to the forbidden catacombs this time. Fong Ping did not say much. Soon a bottle appeared in front of him, and he tossed it to Lu Polu. Lu Polu smiled, but did not say anything. A piece of paper floated toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping saw Guo Shenquan and the other new grandmasters looking at him curiously. He coughed dryly and said, "I was just joking. Just joking. Seniors, please don't mind me." At this moment, Guo Shenquan had also read the contents of the note clearly. He could not help but laugh. Then he said, "Everyone, you don't have to treat us as outsiders. Since we've come to MCMAU, then we're part of MCMAU. These few days, we've also gained some understanding of MCMAU. Honestly, MCMAU is better than we thought. The atmosphere here is very good. At first, I thought that MCMAU is similar to Polaris City. Everyone is in charge of their own things. Although we say that we're from the same city, we're not a family after all. There are still differences, but now that we're here, I've realized that I was wrong. MCMAU's high-ranked martial artists are worthy of being called grandmasters. Just their magnanimity alone is something that we can't hope to achieve." Guo Shenquan was full of emotions. He said, "We also know about the Battle of Forbidden City. Before this, we really didn't consider participating. I even thought that MCMAU had no choice but to participate in the battle if the government did not enlist us. But today, everyone's words make me feel very ashamed. The threat of the catacombs, the threat of mankind. Every martial artist from the outside world dares to fight, and everyone wants to fight. For the Battle of Forbidden City, I'll go with Dean Tang and the rest." Beside him, Guan Fu also laughed. "I'll go too. Let's go together. It'll be considered an official debut. Now that we've left Polaris City, we haven't achieved anything. Coming to MCMAU, to be honest, I also feel that we don't get along very well with everyone. The biggest reason is probably that we've never fought together. After experiencing life and death together, I think MCMAU will no longer be estranged from us. If we want to live our own lives as martial artists, fighting is indispensable." Fong Ping said hurriedly, "Seniors." Guan Fu laughed. "See, the estrangement is here. You've always called us seniors. We've also heard of the others that you've called. We've also heard of Big Lion, Old Man Li, Old Man Huang, Old Wu, and so on. In my opinion, this is trust and closeness. Of course, we've only known each other for a short time, but if we want to quickly integrate into MCMAU, there are still some things that need to be done." Having said that, Guan Fu laughed again. "After all, we're already rank 8 martial artists and have comprehended the martial path of origin. Our abilities aren't considered weak. I've known Hui, Old Gua, and a few others for decades. We've also entered the catacombs together to fight. If the three of us join forces to deal with a rank 9 weakling, we're still confident. If the other party has only comprehended the origin, but not the martial path, then there's a high chance that he's no match for us. Beside him, Mei Lingfeng said coldly, "That's right. The three of us may not be as strong as Vice-Chancellor Wu and Dean Li, but if the three of us join forces, we won't be weaker than the average rank 9. Since we want to come out and gain everyone's approval, then we can't be left out of such a big battle. This time, there are more than 100 grandmasters participating in this battle. With the three of us participating in this battle, we can be considered to have officially integrated into the martial arts world and become a part of it. No matter how famous we are on the grandmaster ranking, we won't feel unworthy anymore." After the three of them said that, Fong Ping pondered slightly. Old Man Li laughed. "Are the three of you sure you want to go? After all, there are a lot of powerhouses participating in this battle, and they may die. The three of you have just come out of retirement. If you don't go, no one will say anything." When Fong Ping invited you to come out of retirement, he also made it clear that you will only teach and not enter the catacombs. Even Minister Zhang agreed to this point. Guo Shenquan said calmly, "Martial arts must fight. Since we've come out, then we must understand this principle. We are also rank 8 martial artists. How can we not understand? As for dying in battle, if we really die in the forbidden catacombs, I only hope that when the catacombs are made public in the future, we can leave our names behind. In this life, we must live out our own lives." Old Man Li laughed heartily. "That's true. The three of you are all rank 8 powerhouses and have comprehended the origin. Since you've already made up your mind, then we won't persuade you otherwise. However, instructors Liang and Fan, don't go this time. You're only rank 7. It's your first time participating in such a large-scale battle. It's too dangerous." Seeing that the two of them still wanted to say something, Old Man Li pressed his hands together and said, "If the two of you really want to, you can go to Hope City to assist the Vice-Chancellor and guard Magic City's catacombs." Old Wu wanted to go initially, but there are many in Sky Gate City now. Magic City! Fong Ping interrupted. Old Man Li rolled his eyes and continued, "There are many MCMAU instructors and students gathered in Magic City. Old Wu is also worried. Huang Jing and the two of you, together with Old Wu, Ko Bianjiang, and the rest, should be enough to guard 2 cities. As for me, I'll bring Tang Feng, Fengru, and Old Gua. The 6 of us will go to the forbidden catacombs together. Old Lu will be guarding the school. It's a good chance for him to go into closed-door cultivation to see if he can achieve rank 8. Fang Ping and Li Hansong, the two of you decide. As the strongest powerhouse in the school, Old Man Li did not hesitate to make arrangements. After saying that, he said smugly, "MCMAU is really strong. Not only can we guard the catacombs, we can also support other places. It's equivalent to 2 or 3 rank 9 combatants supporting the forbidden catacombs. Just this point alone, the West and South Guardian Manors can't compare to us." Fang Ping looked at him smugly and shook his head helplessly. A bottle appeared in his hand again, tossing it to him, saying, "This is all the life essence. You should use it sparingly." After saying that, many golden spheres appeared in his hand again, tossing them to everyone, saying, "This is all I can do." "Oh, right, Old Gua, do you and the rest have divine weapons?" He had never asked about this before. Gua Shenquan shook his head and said, "We don't have that. We don't have many catacombs battles, so..." "Is that so?" Fang Ping sighed in his heart. What a pauper. It was normal for them to not give it to them over at Star City. They did not participate in the battles, so giving it to them was useless. He Kwang was only working with them over at Star City. They were not really a family. Fang Ping had many divine weapons himself. Even though he had auctioned some last time and distributed some to some rank 6 instructors later, He still had many in his hands. After thinking for a moment, Fong Ping said, "The 3 seniors are all rank 8 powerhouses. Rank 7 divine weapons won't be of much help. However, Minister Zhang is over there. He has the ability to fuse divine weapons. I still have 12 rank 7 divine weapons here. I don't know if I can fuse them into 3 rank 8 divine weapons. A rank 7 divine weapons value was about 10 billion. A rank 8 divine weapons value was at least 30 billion and above. The higher ones could be as high as 50 billion. In terms of value, it was not impossible to fuse 3 or 4 divine weapons into one rank 8. However, old Zhang would probably have to put in a lot of effort." After Fong Ping said that, without waiting for them to speak, 12 divine weapons flew out and floated toward the 3 of them. Not only the divine weapons, but also a note. They were stunned for a moment. Fong Ping smiled and said, "Let's do it according to the usual practice. Since the 3 instructors don't have divine weapons, then I'll lend 12 of them this time. Each of you can write an IOU of 50 billion. They were stunned again. Fong Ping smiled and said, "None of you have any doubts, right? This is very normal. This is also MCMAU's practice. There are too many instructors who write IOUs to me here in MCMAU. Dean Li has a few trillion. Vice Chancellor Wu has 200 billion. After this, Old Lu will also have close to 100 billion. Instructor Tang, my instructor, Vice Chancellor Huang, they all have tens of billions. Those instructors and students in the school. There are even more who write IOUs to me. If you have the money, I'll pay it back. If you don't, there's no rush." The 3 rank 8 powerhouses were stunned for a moment. Then a few of them laughed. It was a very surprising thing. They did not expect to have such an experience in just a few days after coming to MCMAU. The first surprise was Fong Ping's wealth. He gave out life essence like water. There were more than 10 divine weapons at every turn. They had never experienced such an experience. Even in Star City, where there were more than 10 people. They had never written IOUs before. However, they had seen the IOU that Lu Polu wrote earlier. Now, they followed suit and wrote one for each of them. Fong Ping put them away quickly. He sighed in his heart. There were more and more IOUs. After he put them away, he looked at the 2 rank 7s, Liang Yuqin and Fan Hua. He smiled and said, "Although both of you are only going to the Magic City catacombs, and there may not be any danger of battles, it's not bad to have a divine weapon to protect yourself. I'll lend each of you a rank 7 divine weapon. Let's write an IOU of 10 billion. Old Manly rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't you say there were only 12? This time it's really the last 2. Fong Ping sighed and said, "Completely gone. Other than the 2 divine weapons I have, I don't have any more. The harvest from the King Battleground has been completely used up this time." All the divine weapons were gone. Back then, they had obtained more than 100 divine weapons. However, they had used them 7 or 8 times. Including some rank 6 instructors, they had really run out of divine weapons. Even the 2 ancient divine weapons that were comparable to rank 9 were given to Qin Yaoting and Tai Tu. Fong Ping had given it to Tai Tu earlier and asked him to find old Zhang to modify into a boxing glove that was suitable for him. This fellow only had armor. He did not have an offensive divine weapon. He was still using A-class alloy boxing gloves. A rank 9 ancient divine weapon did not have any spirituality to begin with. Tai Tu eagerly went to find old Zhang to modify it, and it became a rank 8 boxing glove. It was similar to Qin Yaoting. The last time he used an ancient divine weapon to merge with his own divine weapon, it only became a rank 8 divine weapon, but it was considered a fine one. This time, the 14 divine weapons were out. Other than the 2 that Fong Ping used himself, he had no more divine weapons. The divine weapons are gone. The life essence has also been given to Old Manly. I've stuffed the energy ores into the mineral vein. I've also thrown the mentality accessories to Round Face and Chan Yunxi. Fong Ping did some calculations and looked at the empty storage space again. At this moment, he was really poor. He could not be any poorer, including the Skygate tree. He had thrown it all to Old Wu in exchange for an IOU that he did not know if it could be cashed out. The gains from the King Battleground and the Skygate battle have all been used up. After distributing the items, Fong Ping looked at everyone and said, "Then I wish all the instructors a safe journey. Safety is the priority. When you enter the catacombs, don't ever mention my name. This time, I heard that people from the restricted area are going there. There's also King Huai supervising the battle. It's best if you even take off your MCMAU martial arts uniform. Students in the restricted area have provoked countless enemies. It's more serious than all the instructors think. Don't ever mention me." Everyone was speechless. The few new grandmasters had a strange look on their faces. These words. Why did this guy sound so unreliable? Lu Fengru ignored him and asked, "What about you and Li Hansong?" "The two of us will go somewhere else. We won't be a burden to all the instructors." Fong Ping smiled. "This time, we'll see if we can get our hands on a mentality cultivation method. If we can, we'll be rich. It'll be much better than destroying the catacombs. When the time comes with a cultivation method that can cultivate mentality quickly, we'll still be able to rise up the ranks. The instructors won't have to stay in this realm because of mentality anymore." After saying that, Fong Ping looked at Huang Jing and said, "Vice-Chancellor Huang, you'd better enter rank 8 as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might be surpassed by me when I return this time." Huang Jing was speechless. He had already honed a piece of his skull and entered peak rank 7. As long as he honed another 25 pieces, he would be rank 8. This kid was so confident. However, once this kid finished honing his skull, once his mentality reached 3,000 hertz and above, he might really be surpassed in no time. For a moment, Huang Jing was a little anxious. Just look at Tang Feng and the others. Now, they would run wherever there was a war. Why? Was it not because of the pressure? It was too hopeless. He and Lu Fengru had just broken through this year. They were both early stage rank 7. Ranking aside, the key was their realm. Beside them, the two grandmasters, Liang Yuqin and Fan Hua, were also slightly nervous. So soon, both of them were upper stage rank 7 martial artists. Their skulls had not been honed officially. MCMAU's Grandmaster meeting ended very quickly. The Grandmasters went about their own business. Those who should go to the Forbidden Catacombs went to the Forbidden Catacombs. Those who should go to the Magic City Catacombs went to the Magic City Catacombs. The Forbidden Catacombs' Great War would happen at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. Fong Ping spread his wealth in exchange for close to 200 billion worth of IOUs. He did not get anything else. If the school sends more grandmasters in the future, I won't have any more divine weapons to borrow. Dean Luo, Dean Zhang, and Old Su, the 3 soon-to-be grandmasters, all have divine weapons. Dean Chin and Dean, who also have divine weapons. But if others break through, there will be no more divine weapons for them. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, didn't need to worry about him. He had obtained one in Suppressing Star City, and if he really reached the 7th grade, he wouldn't lack divine weapons. It's time to go to the West Mountain Catacombs. Fong Ping made up his mind. He made a few calls and was ready to depart. On the 21st of September, Fong Ping prepared to depart. Before he could move, he was stopped by someone. In the Crystal Tower, Chun Yunqi's expression was complicated. "You're leaving again?" "Yes." For the past year, Fong Ping had been running around. If he was not going to the catacombs, he was in closed-door cultivation. His free time was getting lesser and lesser. To the Forbidden Catacombs? No, go to the West Mountain. West Mountain. Going to Star Town again? Star Town was also in West Mountain. Fong Ping had just returned. Fong Ping chuckled. Not this time. This time, we're going to the Shishan catacombs to inspect the environment. Isn't there a freshman cultivation arcane realm over there? I'll go take a look. I'll go too. Inspecting the environment? She wanted to go too. Fong Ping was speechless. I was just saying it. Did you really take it seriously? Fong Ping did not reply. He chuckled. You've entered middle stage rank 5. Your speed isn't slow anymore. The school still has some meridians sculpting flowers. Use them all in my name. Finish honing your meridians as soon as possible. Sculpting your meridians takes up more time. Without the meridian sculpting flowers, it's very difficult to enter upper stage rank 5. When you've entered upper stage rank 5 and honed your flesh, I've also left you some life essence. Enter peak rank 5 as soon as possible. Once you've reached peak rank 5, if you can locate the Sanjiao Gate, then I can help you enter peak rank 6 quickly. That way, you can catch up to my rank as soon as possible. When I find the mentality cultivation method and you cultivate it, you might be able to achieve mentality-vitality fusion very quickly. You might even be able to materialize to rank 7. This won't take up too much time. Otherwise, if you run around with me now, you won't be able to cultivate to rank 5 by yourself. I won't be able to help you much then. After hearing what Fong Ping said, Chen Yunqi gritted her teeth. She nodded. I understand. I'll write about Yuan Yuan, supervise her. She's already at peak rank 1. I hope she'll be at rank 2 by the time I return. Nowadays, everyone's cultivation speed has increased a lot. She's my younger sister. She can't be too slow. Having said that, Fong Ping looked at the time and said, I'll leave first. Qin Feng Qing and the rest are coming too? Iron Head is going. I didn't bring Qin Feng Qing. Fong Ping abandoned Qin Feng Qing once again. That guy was only rank 6. He would not bring him. Hearing that Qin Feng Qing was not going to, Chen Yunqi did not say anything. It was not that she was jealous. Although Qin Feng Qing was despicable, she would not be jealous of him. Even peak rank 6 Qin Feng Qing could not go. It was normal for Fong Ping not to let her go. Be careful. I will. Fong Ping left quickly. Chen Yunqi stood at the top of the tower and watched him leave. For a moment, she was a little dazed. The top of the tower. She used to think that Fong Ping stood at the top of the tower and looked around to show off. However, at this moment, she suddenly had a different feeling. Loneliness. Standing at the top of the tower, she could see everything in the school. She could see the prosperity outside the school. She could also see instructors and students carrying weapons on their backs, walking in all directions alone, moving forward with a heavy load. At this moment, she felt a sudden, limitless pressure on her body. Looking at the teachers and students running in all directions, looking at the bustling city outside, Fong Ping was moving forward with a heavy load. Standing at the top of this tower, did he also feel the limitless pressure? So, I still don't understand him, Chen Yunqi murmured softly. On this day, Chen Yunqi sat at the top of the tower, replacing Fong Ping and looking around. The waves of invisible pressure made her desperately hope that she could become stronger, so that she could relieve some of Fong Ping's pressure. On this day, countless teachers and students were surprised. Even Chen Yunqi had been influenced by the company she kept. Looking at the shocked faces of those teachers and students, Chen Yunqi murmured in her heart again and again, You don't understand him. It was lonely at the top. Only by standing here could one understand how much pressure a prodigy like Fong Ping was under. That pressure made it hard for people to breathe. This is Fong Ping. In this era, no one is more magnificent than him. Please remember this book's original domain name. Mobile version. Chapter 656. Outside the school. In the car, Li Hansong asked softly, You're really not bringing old Qin? Fong Ping shook his head. He's only rank 6. Are we sending him to his death? That guy keeps asking us when we're leaving. He even called yesterday and told us to inform him when we're leaving. Qin Fengqing was not in school. That guy had gone to the cult black market to earn some money. Otherwise, Fong Ping would not have gotten rid of him so easily in school. Fong Ping leaned against the seat and exhaled softly. Ignore him. He's almost at mentality-vitality unity. It's better for him to cultivate hard now. To him, cultivating hard isn't a good thing. Li Hansong laughed and said, "Why do you always like to drive every time you go out?" "Nonsense. Isn't flying tiring? Isn't flying troublesome? You drive. I'll rest for a while. I'm not the one who's tired. Why don't I drive?" Li Hansong was speechless. What he said made sense. He could not refute him. At the same time, Dongwu Province. Qin Fengqing received a call. He yelled as he hacked at the fleeing cult martial artists. "Speak louder." "What's up?" "What are you doing?" Zhang Yu asked from the other side of the phone. "Oh, robbing." "No, cleaning up the cult stronghold," Qin Fengqing said as he hacked another rank, from martial artist to death. He asked, "Hurry up and tell me." "I'm busy." Zhang Yu was speechless. After a while he said, "Fong Ping and the others have left the school." "Left?" "Yes." "Bastard." Qin Fengqing cursed. With a sweep of his saber, the spacious abandoned factory collapsed immediately. Screams rang out. "You're not bringing me along again. Bullying the weak, aren't you?" Qin Fengqing cursed. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe that I can't live without him. Old Zhang, give me 3 divine fruit and a dark moon herb on credit. Send them to me. I need them urgently." "What are you standing there for?" "It's only 6. 5 billion. How much is that?" "Aren't you the deputy director of the school administration? If you can get them on credit, help me get some. I'll put your name on it." "You." "Nonsense. Why would I come to you if I could pay on credit?" "Old Zhang, you have to think this through. Fong Ping and the others have formed their own clique. They've long cast you and me aside. If you want to do well and reach rank 7, you can't rely on them. You still have to rely on me, Qin Fengqing. If you invest in me now, you will be rich in the future. It's only 6. 5 billion. It's not even enough to buy a divine weapon. When I earn money later, I'll pay you double. The millions you owed me before. How dare you mention such a small amount of money to me? Qin Fengqing? All right, it's just a small amount of money. How about this? I cleaned up an evil cult black market in Dongwu. It's not much, but there's still around 300 to 500 million. Do I have no money? Do I care about this small amount of money? Since you've arranged for someone to take over, just treat it as me repaying my debt. Am I, Qin Fengqing, the kind of person who doesn't pay back what I owe? I'll return you a few 100 million. Is that enough? Stop talking nonsense. Give me something on credit first, and come here as soon as possible. I'll take them and achieve mentality-vitality fusion immediately. I'll be a grandmaster in 3 days and an 8th grade in 10 days. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yu was stunned. So generous? I only mentioned it once. And you actually returned hundreds of millions to me? Was Qin Fengqing stupid? Are you sure? Of course. All right, I'll be right there. Remember to bring something over. After hanging up, Qin Fengqing curled his lips and muttered, Zhang Yu is still so stupid. A few 100 million for a few billion. He still doesn't understand the math. Zhang Yu was the real idiot. He laughed as if he had gotten a great deal. You've borrowed so many things, but I can't borrow them myself. When I achieve mentality-vitality fusion and become a grandmaster, just like now, what's a few million? A few million in the past was not enough. Look at it now. Just casually cleaning up a black market would be a harvest of hundreds of millions. When I become a grandmaster, I'll be able to make hundreds of billions with a casual job. Why would I care about this little bit of money now? Qin Fengqing understood in his heart. After thinking for a while, he made another call. The call was picked up after a long time. Once the call was connected, Qin Fengqing said, "Fatty, lend me the mentality prohibition accessory, and then lend me 3 stalks of dark moon grass. Oh, right, lend me some life essence too. Fatty, you're not in a hurry to go down to the catacombs, and you're not going to the king battleground either. Lend me first. When your brother Qin becomes rich, I'll protect you. Don't worry. Fang Ping is a local tycoon. No matter how much you invest, that kid won't feel anything. It's different if you invest in me. If you give it to him, it'll be icing on the cake. If you give it to me, it'll be a timely help. When I reach rank 7, there won't be any barriers to qualifications. 3 days, rank 8. 5 days, rank 9. Baldy, are you going to do something big?" Jiang Chao asked, a little excited. "Why don't we go together?" He had been thinking about going down to the catacombs with Qin Fengqing. If he went with Fang Ping and the others, those fellows were too good at stirring up trouble. However, he dared not go to the king battleground now. He did not know where to go in the outskirts. Today he had also reached peak rank 6. He still had some expectations for rank 7. Qin Fengqing was surprised. "You want to go with me?" "Yes." "Are you sure?" "Of course." Qin Fengqing rubbed his chin, muttering, "First, I won't be responsible if you die. Second, you have to pay protection fees. Third, my gains belong to me. If you give me 30% of your gains, I'll bring you there. Otherwise, I won't do it. You're too stupid. If I bring you along, I'm worried that I'll be tortured to death by you. Baldy, you're looking down on me too much. At least I have a divine weapon. I didn't even die in the king battleground. What will happen to me if I go to the outskirts?" Qin Fengqing licked his lips, squinting. "Fatty, I'm serious. If you really want to do it with me, then bring everything you've got. Whatever life-saving gadgets you have, bring them all. It's best if you find your family's pervert and borrow all your divine weapons and armors. Also, whatever good stuff your family's ancestor has, bring it all." Jiang Chao was a little uneasy. He gulped and asked, "Where are you going?" "To the forbidden catacombs. I'll take you to raid your house while the high ranks are at war. Once the high ranks are at war, all the high ranks will come out. We're not high ranks. Those who stay in the city are probably rank 5 or 6. The high ranks won't stay in the city anymore. We're middle ranks. We're not eye-catching. As long as we can kill a large number of middle-ranked martial artists, including some at Mentality Vitality Unity, we'll definitely make a fortune this time. The dark moon grass is a specialty of the Forbidden Catacombs. I've asked. The Forbidden Catacombs produces a lot of dark moon grass. Every major city should have some. If we get some, both of us can achieve rank 7. Fatty, if you don't achieve high ranks, you won't be able to survive. From now on, it'll be the era of high ranks. You have a lot of life-saving items. Do you dare to do it?" Jiang Chao, who was on the other end of the phone, was about to cry. "Don't tease me. A few hundred high ranks are participating in the war. You want me to go with you to hunt the bottom? You could lose your life if you're not careful. This is more dangerous than the last time in the king battleground." Jiang Chao was about to refuse when Qin Fengqing said faintly, "I'm not counting on you. Just lend me some life-saving gadgets. I've got some good stuff. I'll share some with you. Fang Ping and the others are too much. They don't bring me anywhere. They're looking down on me. Just wait outside the catacombs. You'll get your share later. Baldy, are you really going? That's too dangerous. You might as well go to other catacombs. Are you stupid? Fortune comes from danger. The Forbidden Catacombs is the safest. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. If I go to other catacombs, that's dangerous. But if I go to the Forbidden Catacombs, who would care about a middle-ranked martial artist? Who would believe that I, a middle-ranked martial artist, would dare to raid their house and raid their lair? Do you dare to believe it? No way. Since you don't dare to believe it, then no one will. If you're capable, then lend me some other things. Something like a golden fruit. Lend me as many as you can. If I really die in there, you can go and ask Fong Ping for a debt. That bastard said, he's my ancestor. Sure, I owe him money. As my ancestor, he has to pay me back, right? How about it? Deal. Jiang Chao was silent for a moment. He said in a low voice, Why are you working so hard? Of course. You have your ancestor to protect you. What do I have? I have a worthless life. Am I supposed to stay at rank 6 for the rest of my life? Am I supposed to be an instructor in MCMAU who doesn't care about anything? There are 13 high ranks in MCMAU now. No, there will be 16 soon. I can't survive in MCMAU anymore. That bastard Fong Ping sees that I'm pitiful and gives me some benefits. When he wants to do something big, he doesn't even consider me. Am I afraid of death? Mother asterisk her. I'm not afraid of death. But what's the use of not being afraid of death? Even if I'm not afraid of death, he won't care. How can I be satisfied being looked down upon by this bastard? Who am I, Qin Fengqing? In this era, the strongest genius, the strongest martial artist, the strongest prodigy. I only have one goal now. That is to be stronger than Fong Ping. When I'm stronger, I'll definitely beat him up and make him suck up to me every day. Jiang Chao murmured, What a noble goal! Of course. Qin Fengqing's face was full of pride. He said quickly, Fatty, have you thought about it? Jiang Chao hesitated for a moment. After a long while, he said, I can lend it to you, but you? Forget it. You might not have the chance to return it to me. Also, I'll give you another piece of information. Since you're ready to die, you don't have to worry about danger. Dark moongrass is actually nothing. Do you know what dark moongrass is? This was a type of grass that grew from a demon plant. This demon plant was called the underworld moon tree. The underworld moon tree grew in the periphery of the forbidden area of the forbidden catacombs. There were many of them there. If you have the ability to kill an underworld moon tree, if you're not afraid of death or self-destruction, then you can directly swallow the core and brain of the underworld moon tree. I guarantee that you'll be a rank 7 immediately. However, this was very dangerous, and the possibility of self-destruction was higher. But if you're really in a desperate situation, you can give it a try. Maybe you can enter rank 7, and then there won't be any problems. There's such a thing? Of course. Think about who I am. My family's patriarch likes to take notes. I know a lot of things. How about this? I'll wait for you outside the forbidden catacombs. Coincidentally, my grandfather will be there too. I'll go with him. Baldy, if you really die, then I'll be making a loss. You better not die and come back to pay me back. Rest assured. Qin Fengqing hung up the phone and grinned. This time he borrowed something worth tens of billions. Fong Ping, you better pray that I don't die. Otherwise, I'll let them all come to you to collect the debt. He had made up his mind. If he died, then he would not have to pay the debt. If he did not die, then it would be fine. He would pay when he had the money. I told you not to bring me along. When I come back alive, I'll go straight to rank 7. No, rank 8. Your jaw will drop. Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. Very quickly, he killed everyone. After exiting the collapsed factory, he shouted at the martial artists who were in fear and trepidation outside. You guys take 10% of the things. The rest is mine. Thank you, Grandmaster Qin. Qin Fengqing looked awkward. Grandmaster sounded like a swindler. I want to be a grandmaster. I don't want this *T grandmaster. After leaving this mess for others to clean up, Qin Fengqing did not delay. He went to pick up Zhang Yu first and achieve mentality-vitality fusion as soon as possible. Then he would go to the forbidden catacombs to meet up with Fatty. After getting the things, he would enter the catacombs. He would go in first and figure out the situation. Then, he would wait for the high-rank war to erupt. This time, he would not come out until he reached rank 7. If he cultivated step by step, how long would it take for his mentality to materialize? Fang Ping said that in a few years, the all-out war would start. When that time came, even if he reached rank 7, what use would it be? This time when I reach rank 7, when I return to school, I guarantee that everyone will be dumbfounded. Wait for Dean Luo and the others to reach rank 7. I'll be faster than them. I'll show you what a real genius is. Qin Fengqing was thinking happily. He did not care about Fang Ping and the others anymore. If he did not bring them along, then so be it. It was as if he could not live without them. Fang Ping and the others went to Xishan. Qin Fengqing took the things from Zhang Yu and went straight to the forbidden catacombs. The grandmasters rushed to capital city one after another, waiting for the big war. The other grandmasters also entered the catacombs and began to keep watch. This time there might be a catacombs riot. The restricted area would not sit idly by anymore. This time the other catacombs might also be attacked. In the huge Sino nation, almost all the high-ranked martial artists were carrying heavy loads and moving forward, waiting for the arrival of victory. Middle-ranked martial artists also rushed to where they were supposed to go. Closed-door training? Unless they were really at the juncture of breaking through a realm. Otherwise, how many middle-ranked and high-ranked powerhouses would obediently go into closed-door training? The martial artists of the neo-martial era had all walked out of bloodshed. For the past 100 years, the war had never stopped. When Fang Yuan walked in the southern area, looking at the towers that were empty, she suddenly felt like crying. Brother left again. The grandmasters had all left. Even Sister Yunqi had left. After sitting at the top of Fang Ping's crystal tower for half a day, she left with her longsword. She did not listen to Fang Ping and went into closed-door training to break through. MCMAU did not have many meridian sculpting flowers. Previously, Fang Ping had obtained some from the military department. After using them until now, there were not many left. The remaining ones might not be enough for her to build her meridians. Since they had all gone crazy, then she would go crazy for once too. Go and fight. Sublimate in battle, rise in battle. In the neo-martial era, among the 3 big-rank, 9 female martial artists, which one of them did not rise in bloodshed? If they did not experience bloodshed, how many female high ranks could there be in Star Town? There might be hope for rank 7, but what about rank 8 and rank 9? Chen Yunqi, was also not willing to rely on Fang Ping to become a rank 7 who had not experienced many battles. If that happened, she might never be able to walk out of her own origin path. Chen Yunqi left. When Fang Yuan walked around the southern area as if she had lost her soul, Zhao Xuemei, who had just come out of closed-door training, left with the alloy staff in her hand without looking at anyone else. Zhao Lei and Fu Changding had their arms around each other's shoulders. Carrying their weapons, they laughed heartily and strode away. The indifferent Xia Lei did not say a word. He took the flight step and left. No one knew where he was going. Teacher Song, who was usually kind and amiable, did not even look at his daughter. He laughed heartily, took the flight step and left quickly. Fang Yuan's eyes were misty with tears. When she saw a figure in front of her, she could not help but choke. Teacher, is the catacombs really that powerful? Bairuashi smiled and patted her head gently. She sighed softly. Very powerful, very powerful. The neo-martial era is the glorious era of martial arts. It is also the glorious era of martial artists. At the same time, it is also an era stained with blood. You have a powerful brother. In this era, the more powerful you are, the harder it is to walk. Powerhouses, this is an era of sorrow and happiness for powerhouses. Bairuashi looked into the distance and murmured softly, they are carrying a heavy burden and moving forward. They are resisting the invasion of the darkness. They walk in the darkness, but they bring light. Your brother is a hero. MCMAU's hero. Sino Nation's hero. Perhaps he is also a hero of all mankind. Yuan, he hoped that you could stay away from the darkness and the neo-martial era for the rest of your life. But he forgot martial artists can't turn back. When he handed you to me, he probably never thought that I am not a weak woman. How could I do as he wished? Bairuashi laughed softly. Do you want to become stronger? Yes. Then go and fight. Your brother, a rank one, has already started to carry out missions. He has killed countless evil sect martial artists. Even someone as weak as Chun Yunshi dared to draw her sword and fight. That is why there is a rank 5 Chun Yunshi today. I don't expect you to help your brother share those burdens. I only hope that you will not be a burden to him. He is too emotional and too weak. The more he worries, the more he will fall into a demonic barrier. You are different from others. If others die, he will not go crazy. If you die, he will collapse. He is also different from others. Those grandmasters and those at the peak care about their families, but they are not as stubborn and crazy as him. I have accepted a few missions for you. Kill some rank 1 evil sect martial artists. Go and do the missions while your brother is not back yet. Fang Yuan bit her lip and nodded heavily. Soon, the little girl turned around and ran outside. After a while, Lu Polu suddenly appeared and said softly, You shouldn't have done this. If Fang Ping found out, he would hate you. He trusted you. That is why he handed his sister over to you. Bairuashi said softly, Old Lu, I know. But the more he worries, the more unwilling he is, the easier it is for something to happen. Don't worry, I will keep up unless I die first. If I really die, he can't blame me. Bairuashi sighed. People like us are powerless to share the burden. At least we can let his family have the ability to protect themselves. Since his sister has embarked on the path of martial arts, then continue on that path. As for his parents, let them be completely normal people. Lu Polu also let out a long sigh and quickly disappeared on the spot. It was time for him to think of a way to break through. The great MCMAU could become as strong as it was today, mostly thanks to Fang Ping. These people could die in battle, but Fang Ping could not. I hope everything goes well in Xishan. This thought flashed through Lu Polu's mind, and he quickly fell into silence. The southern area also began to fall silent. Everyone hoped that Fang Ping would go well. However, the moment Fang Ping arrived at Xishan, he felt that things were not going well. When Fang Ping arrived at Lianhua City, he had suffered a double blow. When the news of Fang Ping's arrival spread, Guangxing Temple at the foot of Taiyue Mountain suddenly closed its doors. Star City, which was still quite a distance away, Jiang Hao suddenly called him. Star City was busy these few days and did not welcome guests. Fang Ping came to Xishan again. When Star City received the news, they asked Jiang Hao to tell Fang Ping not to come to Star City. The reason why Guangxing Temple, which was also in Xishan province, closed its doors was because Guangxing Temple had the existence of resurrected martial artists. Fang Ping had abducted many resurrected martial artists to MCMAU. Some people did not know that those people were resurrected martial artists, but Guangxing Temple still knew. Therefore, to prevent the resurrected martial artists from being abducted, Guangxing Temple had no intention of welcoming guests. The meaning of closing the doors was very clear. They did not welcome guests today. They would not welcome guests no matter who came. It was not easy for Guangxing Temple to pass down its legacy until now. It was not easy for them to have a rank 8 senior return. If he was abducted, how could they reason with him? Walking at the foot of Taiyue Mountain, looking at the closed Guangxing Temple in the distance, watching some monks peeping through the air, Fang Ping suddenly said loudly, Ironhead, I heard that Guangxing Temple's Tripitaka is one of the strongest cultivation methods in the era of sections. It might involve mentality cultivation methods. After all, the Tripitaka has been passed down for 1,000 years. Do you want to go take a look? 1,000 years? At this point in time, it's really not impossible. Li Hansong added. All the more reason to take a look. At the same time, I can talk to Master Mingji about life. Their voices were not low. Very soon, an old voice came from inside the temple. Benefactors, if you really want to study the Tripitaka, the temple is willing to give you a rubbing. There is indeed no mentality cultivation method, Fong Ping laughed. Master Mingji doesn't want to talk about martial arts with us? We can talk about Buddhism too. I have done some research on this. After talking for a while, the monk in the temple did not utter a word. Fong Ping was a little bored. He sighed. Forget it. Since we're not welcome, we don't have to talk. Really, we're not bandits. We're just admiring Guangxing Temple. How dare they reject us outside the door? This is too hurtful. Let's go. Iron Head. Go to the entrance of Shishan. It's boring here. Let's go. Both of them looked bored and left quickly. After the two of them left inside the temple, a young monk with delicate features looked at the old monk in front of him and said in a low voice, Master, why didn't you let the Demon General and Vajrad General enter the temple? The old monk's eyebrows turned white. He smiled bitterly. Master is afraid that his Zen heart will be unstable, and he will be bewitched and leave Guangxing Temple. Hui Hong and a few old friends have been living in seclusion in Star City for many years. If he goes there, Hui Hong and the others don't even need to use their titles. They can go to MCMAU and start all over again. If I leave this time, the 1,000-year legacy of Guangxing Temple might be destroyed. In the huge Guangxing Temple, he was the only rank 8 powerhouse at the moment. MCMAU Fong Ping had tricked Hui Hong and the others with a few words. He did not dare to talk to them in depth. Although he believed that he would not be swayed or bewitched, it was better not to talk if he could avoid it. The little monk was shocked. Even Master was worried about being bewitched. The Demon General really had magical powers. At the same time, Fong Ping, who was already far away, was speechless. What's going on? Shouldn't leaders like me line the streets to welcome me wherever I go? Since when did I become ignored? Li Hansong shrugged. Who knew? It had nothing to do with him anyway. Forget it. Let's go. We'll go to the Shishan catacombs and meet up with Old Wang and the others. Really, I've just arrived and I'm already being shunned. If the Shishan catacombs shuns me again, I'll beat them up. How can they chase a leader away? Yes. Iron Head, you're still the most reliable. You're worthy of being the great general under my command. Fong Ping, were there really 108 generals back then? I don't know. Then tell me. I think 108 sounds pretty nice. I'm just saying. Li Hansong glanced at him. Forget it, forget it. He would pretend that he did not hear it. He was the Celestial Emperor. I was the Northern General. Yes, that was it. He had said that he would not question him anymore. There was no point in asking now. Chapter 6, 57. Shishan Catacombs, 17th Southern Territory. According to the catacombs history, the Shishan Catacombs was the first catacombs entrance discovered in Sino Nation. Of course, history of the catacombs was written during the Neo-Martial era. In 1303 AD, a great earthquake occurred in Shishan. That event was regarded by modern martial artists as the opening of the Shishan Catacombs. Similarly, Guangxing Temple also had records regarding the Shishan Catacombs. More than 700 years ago, the ancestors of Guangxing Temple had entered the celestial realm. After that, there was an earthquake, and the ancestors of Guangxing Temple died of fear. As Fong Ping and Iron Head walked deeper into Taiyu Mountain, he said, 1,000 years ago, when Unquestionable Sword and a group of people attacked the catacombs, did they open the North Lake Catacombs or the Nanjiang Catacombs? The North Lake Catacombs and the Nanjiang Catacombs were adjacent to each other. According to Fong Ping's speculation, the boundary between the two was the mysterious purple cave's illumination. Therefore, it was possible to attack any catacombs. However, back then, they had gathered at River Hill Prefecture, so the probability of them attacking the North Lake Catacombs was higher. Fong Ping continued, since we attacked the catacombs 1,000 years ago, then the North Lake Catacombs should be the first catacombs opened in the last years of the sect, right? Li Hansong said indifferently, "Are you going to write a book?" If he was not going to compile a book, why would he care which catacombs opened first? Fang Ping said with a serious expression, "We must be rigorous in our studies." It was the same for practicing martial arts. We still have to make it clear who will open first and who will open last. Li Hansong was mentally and emotionally exhausted. He said helplessly, "Perhaps the powerhouses of the sect world invaded the North Lake Catacombs back then and realized that they were no match for the catacombs' powerhouses. Left with no other choice, they fought with their backs to the wall and sealed the entrance to the catacombs once again. That's why no one returned." This possibility was also very high. Therefore, it should not be a problem to say that the Shishan Catacombs was the first entrance to the modern catacombs to be opened. Is my explanation reasonable? Fang Ping glanced at him and nodded. That makes sense. The Shishan Catacombs can be considered the first catacombs to be opened during the end of martial arts era. As a matter of fact, Unquestionable Jian and the others should have failed. They didn't want the end of the martial era to happen, but it still happened in the end. Until the time of Jinqing, China still had very few powerhouses. In that battle 1,000 years ago, those people should have been defeated. Of course, it was not a complete failure. Perhaps it was precisely because of their actions that the catacombs opened one by one. From then on, the catacombs slowly opened from the martial end era, ushering in the stellar era and the new martial era. Previously, Fang Ping did not think too much about it. Now, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Ironhead, the catacombs entrances are opening one by one. It may seem like it's giving humans a crisis, but in reality, it's also giving humans time to rise. Since 700 years ago, the Shishan Catacombs had been opened. At that time, it delayed the arrival of the martial last days era and prevented martial arts from completely dying out. After a few hundred years, the entrance to the catacombs opened bit by bit. Don't you think it's a little strange?" Li Hansong said gloomily, "There are. For example, after the Shishan Catacombs opened, why didn't Shishan invade the human world? For example, where did the patriarch of Stellar Sky City come from? Why did they know that the catacombs would open? And why did they start guarding Mount Imperial Sea to protect humanity? The catacombs' passageways were opened one by one, not all at once. Was it necessary, or was it controlled by someone? I've thought about all of this, but I don't think there's a need to think too deeply about it." After a while, Li Hansong said, "Is it necessary to know or not to know some things? For example," Li Hansong mumbled, "are you the Heavenly Emperor or not?" The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. This guy was very clear in his heart. He might have suspected it a long time ago, but he did not care about this now. It was probably a tacit agreement. Whether it was true or not, if he thought it was true, then it was true. The two of them did not speak anymore. Very soon, they arrived at the entrance to the Shishan Catacombs. As soon as the two of them arrived, they were seen by the patrolling military martial artists. When they saw Fang Ping and Li Hansong, the rank 5 lieutenant leader immediately said loudly, "Greetings, Grand General!" "Greetings, General Li." Fang Ping had a military rank in the military department, the rank of general. Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun, Wang Jinyang, and the others all had the rank of general. These military ranks in the military department were not given to just anyone. On MCMEU's side, there were so many Grandmaster level powerhouses. Currently, only Fang Ping, Li Hansong, Tang Feng, Old Manly, and Wu Quishan had military ranks. The others did not have positions in the military department. MCMAU had quite a number of lieutenants, but there were only a few general-level people. As for the Grand General, Fang Ping and Wu Quishan were the only ones in MCMAU currently. Wu Quishan was only a nominal title given by the military department after achieving rank 9. Fang Ping glanced at the lieutenant leader and laughed suddenly. "Senior Zhang, there's no need to be so polite. Are you the one patrolling the periphery of the Shishan catacombs? Grand General, you know me? The lieutenant leader was a little excited, but also a little surprised. Fong Ping chuckled. Of course. Senior Zhang is a graduate from the 2006 batch. He's also an upper stage MCMAU rank 3 elite student. I can't believe that in just 4 years, Senior Zhang has already reached rank 5. When Fong Ping mentioned these, the young lieutenant said excitedly, I've been paying attention to my alma mater. When I graduated, the school was always suppressed by CCMAU. There were only a few rank for graduates. But today, under the leadership of Vice Chancellor Wu and Vice Chancellor Fong, our alma mater is becoming stronger and stronger. This is also the glory of all MCMAU graduates. I heard that there are thousands of middle-ranked martial artists now. Every time it's mentioned, students feel honored. Especially the battle to annihilate Skygate City. It's a great honor for MCMAU. It's a pity that I was on a mission at that time and couldn't return to my alma mater to participate in this battle. It's a lifelong regret. This rank 5 martial artist was unusually excited at this moment. Originally, he thought that Fong Ping would not know him at all. He did not expect Fong Ping to know him, a student who had already graduated. He and Fong Ping did not have any interactions at all. He graduated in 2006. Fong Ping only entered the school in 2008. This lieutenant was so excited that he was a little talkative. The troupe of martial artists he led was a little strange. Their lieutenant was not even 30 years old this year. He had made countless contributions and had become a real general. He was not like Fong Ping and the others who only held positions. Usually, he was a man of few words. Unexpectedly, he became a chatterbox today. However, when they thought of the 2 Grandmaster-level powerhouses standing in front of them, and they were also the real prodigy martial artists of the current generation, everyone could understand. Not to mention, these 2 people, especially Fong Ping, was now MCMAU's vice-chancellor. Fong Ping waited for him to speak for a while, then smiled and said, It's good that you have this intention. Senior Zhang, you don't have to feel sorry. The enemy has been annihilated by us. If you have time, you can also return to MCMAU. MCMAU is getting better and better now. I believe it will be even better. Definitely. Lieutenant Zhang looked excited. Then he thought of business and said quickly, Vice-Chancellor Fong, Governor-General Wang, and Vice-Chancellor Yao have arrived. They are in the base. However, Shishan Military Department has ordered that the Grandmasters are not allowed to enter the catacombs. Fong Ping was speechless. He quickly recovered and smiled. The commander of Shishan Military Department is Commander Du. Commander Du? Commander Du Hong. Fong Ping's face was blank. After a while, he said, Du Hong is the commander. Lieutenant Zhang said quickly he was transferred not long ago. Commander Du advanced to Grandmaster and was transferred from the headquarters. This year, Shishan is open to new martial arts university students. The previous military department's strength was only rank 6. It was no longer enough to ensure the safety of the students. Therefore, the military department transferred Commander Du here. Also, General Li is the deputy, which General Li. Fong Ping realized that the surname Li was indeed a common surname. There were too many people with the surname Li. There were a few Commander Li alone. Not to mention General Li Yiming. Him. Fong Ping was amused. Why is this guy here? He seems to have reached rank 7-2. Why is he willing to be Du Hong's deputy? All in all, the government still attached great importance to Shishan. The military branch alone had transferred 2 Grandmaster-level powerhouses here. One had to know that many local military branches did not even have a single Grandmaster. Both Du Hong and Li Yiming had broken through rank 7 not long ago. He did not expect both of them to be transferred to Shishan. Du Hong had even participated in the Skygate battle a few days ago. As he said that, Fong Ping smiled again. I'm old friends with them. The military department must have passed the wrong order. Why would they stop us? You're the one who's stopping us. As soon as he said that, a man in military uniform used flight stepped from afar. Li Yiming said casually, Fong Ping, old Du, and I just came to Shishan. Don't give us trouble. I'm afraid of you, okay? Shishan is open to new students this year. It's used as an arcane realm. You know how difficult it is for Sino Nation to conquer a relatively safe catacombs. Even Tiannan and Magic City are not as safe as Shishan now. Not everyone in the martial arts universities is like MCMAU with abundant resources. Martial arts universities are expanding enrollment this year. Many schools can't afford the cultivation of new students. They can only rush to Shishan and cultivate there. If you cause trouble, where can we go to reason with you? I've just become a general. If something happens, won't I be fired in an instant? Fong Ping's expression was unfriendly. Li Yiming, now that you've become a general, you're acting all high and mighty. I'm a great general. I'm here to investigate the Shishan catacombs. You're actually stopping me from entering. What are your intentions? Li Yiming rolled his eyes. Without another word, he took out a phone and said, Don't look for me. I'll call my grandfather and ask, okay? He said to let you in. Of course, I have no objections. Nonsense. Fong Ping scolded. Such a small matter. Troubling Commander Li. Don't bend the law for personal gain just because you're Commander Li's family. Li Yiming could not help but scold. Who's bending the law for personal gain? I'm telling you, don't you accuse me wrongly. It's not like I've never gone to the catacombs with you before. I still remember what happened last time. If you go in, can anything good happen? The closest city to us in the Shishan catacombs is thousands of miles away. Usually, both sides rarely have disputes or fights. This place has been peaceful for a long time. If you come in and do something big and disturb peace, who's going to bear the responsibility? Get lost. I'm not that kind of person. How can you say something like that? Why can't I say it? Li Yiming, I'm warning you. I've tolerated you for a long time. Don't think that just because your grandfather is Commander Li, I'm afraid of you. Let me remind you, I'm now friends with Minister Zhang's children as equals. When you see me, in terms of military rank, you have to call me Chief. In terms of seniority, you have to call me Uncle Fong. You're shouting at me now. What a scandal. Also, in terms of strength, I'm third among rank 7. You're at the bottom of the list as a rank 7, no matter what. You have to be more obedient when you see me. How dare you talk to me in the air? Who gave you the right? Come down. Li Yiming's face almost turned into Guan Yu's. After a while, he landed and said angrily, Don't give me that. The 4 of you. What are you doing here this time? 1 isn't enough. 4 of you. Once you enter the catacombs, it's very likely that you'll be targeted by the other party. You'll really be in trouble. You don't have to worry about that. When we go in, the other party won't know. Once rank 7 enters, that's none of your business. Don't worry. Li Yiming was speechless. He said with an unfriendly expression, Let's go to the base first. Then I'll contact Minister Zhang and the others. It's not like you don't know what's going on at the Purple Forbidden City. At this time, it's indeed not suitable for the other catacombs to cause trouble. Fong Ping's expression was even worse than his. He glared at him fiercely. These few days, I've been very unhappy. I've almost become the target of everyone's criticism. If others are not stronger than me or older than me, I can't say anything. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I'll beat you up today. Li Yiming's expression was dull and a little sad. You want to beat me up? Why? I'm not the only one who said it. Aren't you bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Do you really think that my grandfather doesn't exist? Fong Ping snorted. He glanced at him and stared at him for a while. I've been eyeing your peerless inner armor since the beginning. If you speak again, I'll beat you up. After I'm done, I'll pick up your peerless inner armor while I'm at it. As for Commander Li, leave him to old Zhang. He snatched old Li's grandson. Old Zhang should be very happy. He heard that recently old Zhang had the intention to surpass old Li and snatch the number 1 rank, 9 ranking in Sino Nation. He did not know if it was true. Li Yiming sighed again. In the past, he was arrogant and despotic. He would beat whoever he wanted, bully whoever he wanted. Now forget it. The younger generation had a few more arrogant and despotic ones. Fang Ping and the few bastards were like living bandits. Last time in the Imperial battleground, they beat whoever they wanted. He should just ignore them. Shishan Catacombs entrance. The catacombs entrance was surrounded by the military camp. Here, a troop of nearly 10,000 people was stationed. Fang Ping and the others had just arrived at the entrance of the military camp when Du Hong, Wang Jinyang, and Yao Qingjun walked out together. Seeing Fang Ping, Du Hong smiled bitterly and said, "Answer the phone." Having said that, he passed the phone in his hand to Fang Ping. Fang Ping picked up the phone. Before he could speak, Zhang Tao on the other end of the line scolded loudly. "Tell me, what do you want to do? Can't you just stop for a few days? Even if you wait until I'm done with the forbidden catacombs before you enter the catacombs, that's fine too. But at this time, tell me, what do you want to do?" Fang Ping held the phone a little further away. After Zhang Tao had finished scolding, he said helplessly, "Minister, I'm just going to look for something." "It's not like you don't know. Now is just the right time. They're all keeping an eye on the forbidden catacombs. We can sneak in. Otherwise, normally, there are true kings keeping an eye on the bounded zones. Am I right? Now that the 2 catacombs are connected, the true kings nearby should have all gone to the forbidden catacombs, right? Don't worry, we're going to the Trichin catacombs and the Shishan catacombs in the west. We won't cause any trouble if we don't go to the other side. I didn't say I'm going to blow up the royal city this time, nor did I say I'm going to destroy the city. I didn't say I'm going to destroy the forbidden zones, and I didn't go to Mount Imperial Sea either." As Fang Ping said this, the corners of Li Yiming and Du Hong's mouths twitched. "Are you sure you're rank 7? Listen, why do you think you're at the pinnacle that you can destroy the royal city just because you want to? You want to go to the bounded zones." Zhang Tao pondered for a moment, then said, "Kid, the bounded zones are extremely dangerous. You've been there before, so you should know better. Moreover, right now, you might not be able to enter." After saying that, he added, "Moreover, the token you have might not correspond to this place." Fang Ping was speechless. "I have a token, did I tell you? Did I tell you? You even know about this. What else do you not know? Minister, can you not eavesdrop next time? Who are you talking about?" Zhang Tao's tone was fierce. "What's the situation with MCMAU? You're pushing the blame on me for your own bad deeds? Tang Feng is not in his right mind, questioning me the moment he arrived. Why am I bringing down the martial arts university's culture? There are hundreds of martial arts universities. Which one is like MCMAU? I brought bad culture. What culture have I brought bad culture? That idiot actually pushed the blame to me." Fang Ping asked dryly, "Where is Teacher Tang now?" "It's buried in the ground." Fang Ping was tired. "I knew it. Big Lion was so stupid. It was adorably silly." Zhang Tao did not say much. He quickly said, "The West Mountain Catacombs is bordered by the 3 Qin dynasty and the Forbidden Catacombs. The Forbidden Catacombs is under the jurisdiction of the Huai King, and the West Mountain Catacombs is under the jurisdiction of the Maple King, Head Feng King." "Which Feng King? Which Feng King are you talking about?" Fang Ping swallowed his saliva and asked, "Then on our side, is there anyone guarding the Shishan catacombs?" "Yes, a great war is about to break out soon. Guardian Chen has gone to Shishan, and Guardian Shin has gone to Capital City's catacombs. When the great war breaks out, I'll be guarding the Forbidden City. But I want to make it clear to you that the domain is extremely important to both sides. Usually, no one would be allowed to barge in. If you make a ruckus, people will soon find out. Even if the true king doesn't go there personally, the god generals under him will rush over quickly. Last time in Tianan, both sides agreed and compromised. Just look at the Rose City Lord. Even someone like him wouldn't dare to enter casually. Once he enters and is discovered, it'll be a great crime. It's the same with humans. If you barge in recklessly, you'll be hunted down very quickly. After Zhang Tao finished, he continued, also, don't underestimate the domain and the Forbidden Sea. Don't think that you'll be fine this time just because you came back safely last time. The domain over in Tianan, relatively speaking, isn't very lethal. It's not mainly for killing, but for defense. I've never been to the Shishan domain, so I don't know the specifics. But in some of the domain, the forbidden land on the periphery is mainly for killing, the kind that actively kills. Kid, I want you to go to the domain and see if you can get your hands on a mentality cultivation method, but the chances of you dying there are higher. Once you're sucked into the space rift, no one can save you. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, saying, but if I don't look for a cultivation method, my mentality will increase very slowly. Even if it's me, I'll need at least 3 to 5 months to reach upper stage rank 7. Rank 8, rank 9, I'll need to increase my mentality to elevate my rank. If I follow my current speed, I'll need 3 to 5 months to reach rank 8, at least 1 or 2 years to reach rank 9, and maybe 5 to 6 years or even 7 to 8 years to reach the peak. Are you showing off to me? Zhang Tao's tone was fierce. Fang Ping said innocently, what's there to show off? I don't mean that. Minister, you're overthinking it. When I reach the peak, I'm afraid I'll be almost 30 years old. By then, the war might be over. What's there to show off about? I want to reach the peak as soon as possible, so of course I have to hurry to find a cultivation method. If I can't do it here, then I'll go to another domain. That's the fastest way to find it. Am I right, Minister? Zhang Tao was mentally exhausted. Beside him, Li Yiming and Du Hong were looking up at the sky. Continue showing off. Reach the peak before 30 years old? Also, this guy had an attitude of, I can definitely reach it, but it's too slow. With this attitude, Zhang Tao would not be here. Otherwise, he would have hammered him to death on the spot. This was 2F** King, infuriating. After a long time, Zhang Tao sighed. Go. Be careful, kid. If you fall, then Yao Qingjun and the others will fall too. Initially, I was thinking of letting you guys cultivate in peace and do it step by step. But you guys are not the kind of people who can sit still. I can understand that you want to find cultivation methods. I can understand that you want to find cultivation methods for mentality, and you also want to find cultivation methods for myriad Daos to unite. In short, do your best. If things don't work out, leave the catacombs as soon as possible. Also, the domain may not be empty. The domain may not be empty of living people. Zhang Tao said in a serious tone. Have the people in the domain really died out? No one can guarantee this. Maybe there are living people in deep sleep in the domain. Besides, the Chen family seems to have people in the domain that you're going to. I'm not sure whether they're there or not. If you go there and see people from the Chen family, I'm warning you, you better inform me in advance. I don't want to see what happened to the Yang family a second time. If you inform them, the Chen family won't make things difficult for you. The domain is thousands of miles long. You might not run into them. Also, the other party might have already died in there. Even the best can't monitor the situation in the domain all the time. Is that so? All right, I understand. Zhang Tao said, then added, You're not allowed to go to the royal city. If you dare to stir up chaos in the Shishan catacombs at this time, I'll smack you to death. I'll really smack you to death. You ruined the forbidden catacombs. I won't forgive you. Do you hear me? I promise I won't go. That's it then. Wait there for a while. I'll get someone to send you something. What is it? It's to save your life. Take it easy. Don't use it carelessly if it causes a riot. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "There's no need for that. I heard that thing consumes a lot of mentality. Don't you have to guard the forbidden catacombs?" He remembered. The last time he went to the domain, the Yang family brought the word guard and a small pine tree in the forbidden zone that was made by a desperate realm powerhouse who split a part of their mentality. For a top powerhouse, if it was destroyed, the damage would be great. King Pine's small tree was destroyed last time, and it took a long time to recuperate. There's no harm in being prepared. Besides, I, a martial king, am incomparably powerful. How can trash like King Pine compare to me? Zhang Tao hung up immediately after he finished speaking. Fang Ping hung up too, tossing the phone to Du Hong, sighing. "Minister Zhang treats me like a son," Li Yiming said impatiently. "Do you have to elevate your seniority? Why don't I call you old ancestor? Do you dare to agree?" Du Hong's expression froze. What kind of people do I know? Fang Ping was also speechless. This guy was ruthless. He did not dare. If he agreed, Li Jian would beat him to death if he found out. The Li family's suppressing Heavenly King might also beat him to death. What kind of people were these? How could the Li family be like this? Shameless. Chapter 658. Headquarters. Du Hong pointed at the map and introduced Xishan Catacombs, Sino Nation's first catacombs. There are not many cities in Xishan Catacombs, and they are all near the inner circle. There are no catacomb cities within 300 miles of the Forbidden Sea. Xishan Catacombs has Xishan City, which is currently the second largest city after the capital city catacombs. It can accommodate 200,000 people. Du Hong gave a brief introduction and said, "If you want to go to the boundary zone, it's safer than other catacombs. You don't have to pass through the royal city territory. However, all the catacombs are covered by forbidden zones outside the boundary zone. Xishan Catacombs have two forbidden zones, Boundless Mountain in the west and East Sea Island in the east." At this point, Du Hong explained, East Sea Island is actually surrounded by the Forbidden Sea tributary. It's really dangerous over there. It can be considered a forbidden zone of the Forbidden Sea. Fortunately, you want to go to Boundless Mountain in the west. It's safer than East Sea Island. Beside him, Li Yiming continued, "The demons in Boundless Mountain are mainly monster plants. There are not many monster plants, but they are very powerful. There are a few rank 9 monster plants in Boundless Mountain. Take it easy. Rank 9 monster plants are quite scary." Fang Ping nodded slightly. His fingers swept across Xishan City, all the way to the boundary zone in the west. He said, "Do you have data on how far it is exactly?" "About 1,600 miles, Du Hong said. "When humans entered this place, they went to explore, but it's just an estimate. The difference won't be too big. Boundless Mountain is about 1,200 miles west of Xishan City. The remaining 400 miles are all covered by Boundless Mountain. All the way to the Forbidden Sea tributary is the boundary zone." "Then the boundary zone in the east," Du Hong frowned slightly. "Fang Ping, aren't you going to the boundary zone in the west that is connected to the Trichine Catacombs?" "Yes." Fang Ping smiled. "But if we can't find it while we're at it," everyone's faces darkened. Fang Ping explained, within Sino Nation, there are a total of 8 intact boundary zones. 1 in Tianan, 1 in Nanjiang, 1 in Magic City, 1 on both sides of Beihu. However, Beihu overlaps with Nanjiang and Tianan. The other 2 in Xishan also overlaps with the Trichine and Forbidden Zones. There aren't many places that are in good condition. Both sides of the West Mountain are in good condition. Since we're here, if we can't find anything in the west, it's necessary to go to the east." Du Hong frowned. After a long time, he said, "West Mountain City is 1,400 miles away from the Eastern Sea Island in the east. The Eastern Sea Island isn't big, spanning only a few dozen miles. However, it's surrounded by the Forbidden Sea and is extremely dangerous. a span of 3,000 miles. What about the depth? About 2,000 miles in depth. Fang Ping laughed. It's not that big. It's about 1.5 million square kilometers, which is about the same size as Xinjiang. It's barely 1/3 the size of Magic City's catacombs. It's not too big. Du Hong was not surprised by Fang Ping's tone. The Xishan catacombs was indeed not as big as the other catacombs. The Magic City catacombs span nearly 10,000 miles from east to west. In this regard, the West Mountain catacombs could not compare. The area of Xishan catacombs is considered to be one of the last few in Sino Nation's catacombs outer realm. There aren't many cities either, only 8 in total. The Monster Plant clan had 5 cities, while the Monster Life clan had 3. It was also because of this that there had been peace for many years. This side strength was not considered strong, but it was still relatively speaking. There were 16 rank 9 powerhouses. There were probably close to 10 rank 9 demons in the 2 big forbidden lands. With so many rank 9s, you can't afford to provoke them. Fang Ping, don't do anything rash. Du Hong said, and finally said, if you guys go in, we'll have to evacuate the new students in the city. Recently, new students from various martial arts universities have come here to cultivate. Right now, there are more than 10,000 new students in West Mountain City. If chaos breaks out, these people will have nowhere to run. Fang Ping said impatiently, evacuate, evacuate. I've said it before, I won't do anything rash. Do you guys really think that I'll look for trouble for no reason? In the past, it was all an accident. Xishan catacombs are so poor. Do you expect me to go to Royal City to mine? Besides, I have a mine. I don't care about that. Right now, to me, the most important thing is cultivation methods. Everything else has to wait. You guys, each and every one of you, is worrying too much. Du Hong did not say anything. No matter how much he worried, evacuating the people was still necessary. More than 10,000 new students. Half of them were not even martial artists. If chaos broke out, they would not even have time to escape. Fang Ping said, which High Grandmaster is guarding the Xishan catacombs? Hi, Grandmaster Fang Yu. Hearing that, Fang Ping's eyes lit up instantly. It's not easy. I've finally met someone from the same clan. 36 High Grandmasters, a few with the surname Li, Zhang, Wu Zhao. I've read them over and over again. There's only one with the surname Fang. I've finally met him. Du Hong said weakly, isn't this normal? What's there to be happy about? So what if your surname is Fang? According to what you said, there are many grandmasters with the surname Li. Do you think you can make connections with all the Li in Sino Nation? Fang Ping ignored him, chuckling. Hi, Grandmaster Fang Yu is guarding the Xishan catacombs. This is the first time I've heard of it. Hi, Grandmaster Fang isn't weak. He doesn't have a rank 9 divine weapon and is ranked 14th in the rank 9 ranking. In terms of strength, he's much stronger than our Vice-Chancellor and 1 rank higher than Old Fan. The government really values Xishan. Xishan catacombs is only this big. Li Yiming said casually. He's also shameless. How can he be ranked 14th? Old Fan just doesn't want to fight for it. He was clearly ranked 16th before, but the next day he was ranked 14th. Fang Ping's expression was blank. What did he mean? Beside him, Li Hansong swallowed and said dryly, I heard that the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association recently submitted their resignations. They're not doing this anymore. Is that true? Li Yiming said lazily, it's true. The 2 presidents said that they want to go down to the catacombs and fight. They won't do this kind of thing that doesn't contribute anything. Of course, they weren't allowed to, so they continued. Anyway, the atmosphere hasn't been very good recently. Really? My grandfather said that the atmosphere has changed recently and needs to be corrected. I've even considered whether to set up a high-rank rule. Don't just threaten people for no reason. All of you are learning from others. 2 days ago, I asked the two presidents to promote a few names for me. The two presidents almost rushed to my house and beat me up. They've gone too far. It's not like I was the first to do it. Pick on the weak. Li Yiming said helplessly, You people have done too much in the past. Now we can't do it anymore. If we do it again, the two presidents will really explode. Let me tell you, don't take the rank 9 ranking list seriously. It's the most fake list. Other than the top 10, no, the top 10 is a little fake. The most fake is the 26th place at the back. You guys know that the Martial Arts Association president is only a rank 8. He's no match for a rank 9. Rank 8s can still be intimidated, but rank 9s can't be controlled. If your ranking is low, they'll find trouble with you. They'll take their heads at the drop of a hat. Do you know why the two presidents resigned? Fang Ping said with a face full of gossip. Tell me, isn't it because of you guys? Li Yiming looked at him disdainfully. He said it as if he did not threaten them. Because of Chief Nan, Li Yiming said with a sigh. Chief Nan is about to break through. Once he breaks through, what do you think the two presidents will do? If nothing goes wrong, Chief Nan will break through. The ranking list must change. How? Enter the top 3? First place. Whoever overtakes, it will be a big deal. If it doesn't change, will it still be 5th place? Can the 5th place show that Chief Nan has broken through? The two presidents are smart. Men, after all, are slightly better. No matter how my grandfather and Chief Zhang rank, it's not a big deal. But they can't fight at the top. How will they line up with Chief Nan? That's a huge problem. Chief Nan is a woman. No matter how old a woman is, she'll always be calculative. Anyway, if it were me, I'd have a headache too. This time, the two presidents are really going to fall. Now, no one is willing to take the blame. If they want to run, who will agree? Wang Jinyang and the others at the side felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. Du Hong was so stunned that he could not make a sound. There were so many rules in a ranking list. Li Yiming chuckled and said, Don't look at me like that. It's all true. Fang Ping knows it himself. How did he get his single devil title? Don't you know? This matter has something to do with Fang Ping. MCMAU is too high profile. Before this, no one knew that it was possible to threaten people to change their ranking and title. But your dean, Li, was the first to make a public threat. Not long after, he became the first rank 8. You're going to be the 3rd rank 7 soon. Moreover, your title changes again and again. How can this be? Now, how can everyone not know? When the Grandmaster ranking was first released, it was still credible. Now it's half true and half false. However, this kind of unhealthy trend will probably be corrected. It depends on whether Chief Nan can be suppressed this time. If Chief Nan is ranked 5th, that means he's suppressed. 4th, that is relative truth. 3rd, that is to give face to women. If it's 1st or 2nd, this ranking list will be unreadable in the future. The few of them chatted idly, but Li Hansong looked tempted. Names could be changed? I didn't even know about this. If I knew, I would have done it too. Was it too late now? Li Yiming knew a lot of gossip, but he did not dare to say some of it. Everyone gossiped. When the sky turned dark, someone came. The minister gave it to you. At the headquarters, Minister Wang panted. This time he came using flight step. Fortunately, Shishan was not far from capital city. As he spoke, Minister Wang handed a crystal book to Fang Ping. Fang Ping took it in his hands and looked at it. After checking it, he asked curiously, Is this the kind of thing similar to an avatar created by peerless cutting mentality? Yes, Minister Wang said with a straight face. Fang Ping, you have to know that this thing is created by cutting with peerless mentality. Cutting, not consumption. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping frowned. You mean cutting can't recover, but consumption can? Yes. Minister Wang took a deep breath and said seriously, That's why even peerless mentality won't do this easily. I know what happened before. During the battle in Tiannan, Pine King cut his mentality and created something similar to an avatar, but he did it for the impasse's remains. It's the same over at Star Town. Everyone has a purpose, a big one. That's why they will exhaust their origin and mentality at all costs. But this time, the minister has no purpose. Fang Ping, if it was before, I wouldn't say anything. Whether you appreciate it or not, the minister wouldn't care. But this time, you must remember this favor. Once this thing is destroyed, the minister's mentality will be severely damaged. Perhaps there will not be a drop in rank, but his strength will be partially affected. That's why, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it. If it's not destroyed, the minister can still retrieve it. If you use it and it's destroyed, then it'll be troublesome. It can be retrieved? Yes. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, "Is there the minister's origin Dao inside? If it's taken away, will it cause any impact?" "There's not much origin Dao, but it's been taken away. If it's taken away by a true king, you must prevent the other party from suddenly destroying this when they're fighting with the minister, causing a momentary stagnation in the minister. Do you understand?" "Understood." Fang Ping frowned slightly. "Actually, it's fine even if I don't want this. It's for self-defense. If you really encounter a rank 9, you can use your mentality to pull it and throw it out. Outside the boundaries, you might not be able to kill a rank 9. But in the boundaries, the probability of a rank 9 being killed is very high. Even if it's outside the boundaries, blocking and resisting a rank 9 is still effective." As Minister Wang said, he continued, "I still have to say it again. Losing some origin, Dao, won't affect the pinnacle combat strength. The opponent may not be able to comprehend the pinnacle origin Dao. That's why origin Dao is important, but it has nothing to do with strength. However, if this is destroyed, it will definitely affect the strength. It's just a matter of how much. The importance of the two, one may affect the future, the other will affect the present immediately. And now, the minister's strength cannot be regressed. Actually, we don't agree with the minister giving this to you. But the minister said that it's also a big deal that you need to find mentality cultivation methods. He insisted, and we can't do anything about it. Fang Ping, don't blame me for saying too much. Don't use it unless it's a life and death situation, okay?" Fang Ping chuckled. "I understand. How can I not understand this? Don't worry, I won't use it unless I'm killed. Later, I'll get more imperishable substances and wrap this in a few hundred layers. It shouldn't be destroyed so easily." Minister Wang's expression stiffened. Fang Ping rubbed his chin again and said, "How about a few thousand layers? I just don't know if it will affect my performance at the critical moment. If I wrap it too tightly at the critical moment and it can't be unleashed, then I'll be dumbfounded. Also, can I use the imperishable substances to maintain it forever? Can you not let this little minister be completely destroyed?" "Little minister?" Cough, cough. "Isn't this the minister's mentality clone?" "It's from the same source. So it's considered a part of the minister, right? Little minister, right?" Minister Wang was speechless. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Fang Ping ignored him and continued, "Don't worry. Tell the minister that even if I really use it, then I'll be able to get the corresponding things back. I'll only do it if it's cost-effective. For example, when I'm about to get the cultivation method and someone stops me, I'll use this thing to kill the opponent. That's a must. But if it's not cost-effective, I won't do it. When have I, Fang Ping, ever made a losing deal? Oh, right. Polaris City has the word town. Pine King is a small pine tree. Why is the minister a book? A wordless crystal book. It has something to do with the minister's origin path. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Besides, the minister is the minister of the education ministry. It's normal to condense it into a book. Don't always care about these useless things. All right, one last question. When will the Forbidden Catacombs battle be held? We're still waiting. waiting for Minister Nan to come out of closed-door cultivation. Once Minister Nan comes out, the battle will begin. We can't drag it out for too long. Is Minister Nan really going to break through this time? That's right. Minister Wang said with some delight. Minister Nan has broken through. The number of paragons in Sino Nation will be restored to how it was before. With one more paragon, our pressure will be much less. I understand. Fong Ping chuckled. Then he sighed. It's not that easy to receive favors from others. Minister Wang, how about you? Next time when you speak, put on a more natural expression. You're already a rank 8. You don't even know this. The minister taught you to say these few words. Please don't add more words into it. If I'm not wrong, he should be asking you to properly express his hardships, his sacrifices, his hardships. You have to say it so bluntly. Sigh, as a deputy minister, your standards really aren't up to par. I'm not looking down on you. Minister Wang's expression was incomparably stiff. Fong Ping shook his head. A small golden sun appeared in his hand. He sighed. Here, take it back. Let the minister decide how to split it. Really, I didn't say that I don't appreciate it. Why did you have to be so blunt? Why did you have to take advantage of it? You're afraid that I don't know, asking you to explain it so clearly. You're a rank 8. What do you know? Do you know that a paragon has to sever his mentality? Besides, he severed it. It was just a short while. How can you know about this and still persuade him? Don't tell me he had a meeting to discuss it? Next time, you must pay attention to logical problems. Don't do this again. Minister Wang looked ashamed. I don't want to live anymore. I'm a rank 8 deputy minister. I'm being looked down upon. Although he was too ashamed to face anyone, Minister Wang still took the small golden sun. He swallowed and said, so much? Yeah, I'm about to kill myself. I've squeezed myself dry, and I've finally produced so much. Fong Ping sighed. That's more than 1,000 units of imperishable substance. It's comparable to the imperishable substance of a few rank 9s. I'm lucky that I was a monarch in my past life. Otherwise, I would have killed myself. Minister, if you need anything next time, just say it directly. You have to beat around the bush. That's not generous at all. Minister Wang said wearily, if I said it directly, wouldn't I owe you a favor? You gave it to me on your own accord. That would make me look better. You still say that I don't understand? Fong Ping pursed his lips and said no more. He chased him away. You should go back. Don't get robbed on the way. Li Yiming and the others are watching. If they call his grandfather later, something might happen on the way. Minister Wang's expression changed. Without another word, he leaped into the air and disappeared on the spot. Li Yiming said sheepishly, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? As they talked, Wang Jinyan and the others did not say a word. In today's martial arts world, grandmasters could no longer be looked at directly. Previously, the few of them were actually quite touched by Minister Wang's words. It really wasn't easy for old Zhang. He really valued everyone. In the end, Fong Ping said that old Zhang had taught Wang Qinghai to say it. The image of the stalwart Minister Zhang collapsed in an instant. The key point was that Fong Ping could see through it in the blink of an eye. What did this mean? It meant that this bastard was the same as old Zhang. If it were him, he would probably do the same. Birds of a feather. Yao Chunjun looked left and right. After a long time, he said softly, Old Wang, do you think that only this kind of person can be a good leader? Wang Jinyan was silent for a long time. After a while, he said, maybe leaders are like this. That's true. How can they be leaders if they care too much about their face? They know that they'll suffer if they try to impress others at their own cost. In the past, I didn't care too much about my face. But when I reached middle rank and high rank, I thought that I should care about my image more or less. I can't be too unscrupulous, but reality has proven that if you care about your face, then don't care about benefits. You saw it. Out of the 5 grandmasters in Constellation City, both of US didn't manage to invite any of them. If both of us had his face and bragged for a while, if you bragged a few more times, saying that when you recover your strength, you'll help everyone recover their strength from their past lives, or even further, do you think anyone will go with you that day? If you use the Hall of Myriad Origins as bait, saying that you control the Hall of Myriad Origins and help them cultivate, then bragging a few more times that you control a territory, do you think no one will go with you? Sigh. I was too concerned about my face that day. I can't believe I didn't say it out loud. What a pity. Yao Qingjun looked thoughtful. He nodded slightly. I understand. What do you understand? If the territory we're going to this time is really my home, then I'll make it clear with him. Everyone will share the cultivation methods, and all the resources will be mine. Old Wang Jinyang cursed in his heart. Is that all you've thought of? Speaking of which, if it's your home, why can't it be mine? If it's my home this time, I'll take it all for myself too. The resources will be mine, and the cultivation methods will be shared. Anyway, Feng Ping does not lack resources. Also, that Zhangxian token was obtained by him. When the time comes to settle the score, he would have to make it clear. Both of them understood. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. They had a tacit understanding. Beside them, Li Hansong could not be bothered to look at them. 2 idiots. Do you have storage rings? No, I don't think so. If you don't, do you want Feng Ping to bring it? If you don't give half of the good stuff to Feng Ping, this bastard will say that the storage ring is malfunctioning and can't be taken out. When that time comes, you'll cry to death. Even if you don't say malfunctioning, what storage fees, labor fees, transportation fees, just wait for the fees to come, and you'll vomit blood. Take it all for yourself. Dream on. The more he thought about it, the more Li Hansong felt that these people lacked intelligence. A sense of superiority arose spontaneously. He was the one with the true wisdom. That's true. Otherwise, why would my ranking be higher than these 2 fellows? These 2 fellows' rankings have always been above mine. Old Yao is already a middle stage rank 7, but he's still not as good as me. Sure enough, wisdom will also make your strength improve faster. Not far away, Feng Ping swept a glance at the 3 of them. Seeing that they all had thoughtful expressions on their faces, he cursed silently. 3 idiots. My home. Is the bounded domain really your home? No matter whose home, I can imitate their aura. That's my home. Feng Ping was secretly pleased with himself. Very quickly he put on a straight face and said, Let's go. Xuan de Grotto, we're coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the few of them headed straight for the entrance of the catacombs. Behind them, Du Hong quickly ordered some people from the military department. Start evacuating. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 659. Shishan City. Upon entering the catacombs, Feng Ping checked his wealth. He did not know if he could gain anything this time. Wealth, 183. 6 million points vitality. 18,000 calories. 18,000 calories. Mentality. 2,210 hertz. 2,210 hertz. Destruction power. Bone honing. 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 90%. Storage space. 1,000 cubic meters plus. Energy shield. 1 point/minute plus aura simulation. 10 point/minute plus. He had given some imperishable substances to the university's grandmaster and gave a bunch of them to Minister Wang to take away. Feng Ping had spent more than 10 million wealth points. I can't go out with great fanfare. I have to conceal my aura. For people, including the 3 of them, concealing their auras consumes 1,000 wealth points per minute. Feng Ping calculated for a while. Concealing their auras for 4 people in an hour would cost 60,000 wealth points. It's all right. 1 day and 1 night is only 1. 44 million. 10 days is only 10 million. However, if I were to change my aura, it would be 10 times more expensive. Fang Ping calculated for a while. He did not care about Du Hong arranging for people to evacuate. He looked at Li Yiming and said, "Bring us to visit Grandmaster Fang." Li Yiming said awkwardly, "Calling you Grandmaster Fang? I feel like you're talking about yourself. Get lost." "Then, if I call you Commander Li, am I talking to you?" Li Yiming shrugged. "Fine, what you said made sense." After a while, in the central area of Shishan City, an old man with white hair and a beard looked kind and sage-like. He looked at Fang Ping and the others with a satisfied expression and nodded slightly. They were indeed giants among men, a few young people in their early 20s. Even if they were resurrected martial artists, it was unexpected that they could cultivate to this level. Although Grandmaster Fang, you looked like an immortal, Fang Ping and the others did not take it seriously. A Grandmaster who ranked 16th today and 14th the next day. Forget it. Don't be deceived by appearance. Although they were cursing in their hearts, they still looked respectful and exchanged a few words with the old Grandmaster. The Grandmasters who guarded the catacombs, especially the rank 9, were heroes among heroes. Many of them guarded for decades and rarely had the chance to leave the catacombs. In Magic City, Old Fan had only left the catacombs for a few months. The other rank 7s and rank 8s were still all right, but the rank 9s could not leave. Fang Ping felt that the reason he was tormenting himself now, thinking about destroying this today and that tomorrow, was probably because he did not want to end up like this one day. They were heroes, but perhaps only these Grandmasters themselves knew the bitterness of it. He couldn't return to his home, and he couldn't return to his country. Thinking about it was just thinking about it. Fang Ping did not want to hurt these old Grandmasters' feelings. These old Grandmasters threatened him today and threatened him tomorrow. They were probably finding joy in the midst of suffering. It was better if he did not hurt them. After exchanging conventional greetings for a while, Fang Ping struggled for a moment, but still said, "Elder Fang, I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Try to pacify the people in the city. If any rank 9 pressure erupts, true king mentality, or whatever, that has nothing to do with Shishan City. You just have to guard West Mountain City. You don't have to worry about other places." Fang Yu's smile stiffened. These words carried far too many implications. No wonder Du Hong wanted to withdraw the moment he arrived. "I've heard some things about you, but this old man still believes that you can do everything well." Fang Yu still expressed his trust in them. Going to the bounded zones to search for cultivation methods, whether it was successful or not, was a great achievement. It was not that humans had never thought of going to the bounded zones to search, but every time they did, they would return empty-handed. Some people died in the hands of Royal City powerhouses along the way. Some died in the Forbidden Land, and some died in the Forbidden Sea. There were also many who entered the bounded zones and never came back. Going to the bounded zones was more dangerous than guarding the catacombs. It did not matter if Fang Ping was searching for cultivation methods for himself or for someone else. As long as he found it and announced it, he would be a hero of all mankind. Fang Yu did not care about what Fang Ping said earlier. He said in a heavy voice, "Take care of yourselves. If things can't be done, then retreat. Here in Shishan City, there are too many rank 9s. This old man can't do anything about it. However, you can bring 1 or 2 over. When I sense the situation, I'll act in time. Thank you, Elder Fang." Fang Ping and the others thanked him and did not say much. Fang Ping said quickly, "Then we'll leave the city. Be careful on the way." "We will." Fang Ping and the others left quickly. Fang, you sent them all the way to the city gate. Standing on the city wall and watching them leave, he said softly, "It's a pity that I can't leave. Otherwise, I would have escorted them all the way to the bounded zones." Beside him, Li Yiming also sighed and said, "My grandfather also said that the few of them have brought the fight of martial arts to the extreme. They're fighting for time, fighting for resources, fighting to carve out a path to heaven. There are many resurrected martial artists, but no one is like the few of them, fighting and fighting again and again. To be honest, I quite admire them. Fang Yu chuckled and said, if they can make you admire them, and you're willing to admire them, it's not only their success, it's also your success. Martial artists are afraid that they can't see themselves clearly and recognize themselves. You have a desperate realm grandfather who is neither arrogant nor rash. You can come to Shishan Mountain to guard the catacombs. This is your success. Li Yiming chuckled and said, if it were a peaceful era, I might also be a hedonistic son of a rich family. I can also do things like fancy clothes and fancy horses. That's not true. There's no guarantee of life. There's no point in doing these things. Grandpa Fang, let's wait a little longer. When the humans win, when the threat of the catacombs is quelled, I, Li Yiming, also want to do some hedonistic things. I wonder if going out to steal a wife would suit my status better. Fang Yu smiled faintly and said, why wait? My granddaughter is in the city. Why don't you go and steal her? Li Yiming instantly fled in shame. Forget it. My thick-skinned cultivation isn't as thick as yours. I'll leave. Watching him leave, Fang Yu's face revealed a touch of relief. At the same time, there was also a touch of sadness. A group of young people. They were in the prime of their lives, around 20 years old. In his eyes, this age was a real child. But now, what were these children doing? They were shouldering a monstrous burden. The descendants of the absolute peak were still wandering between life and death, fighting for survival time and time again. Fang Ping and these prodigy martial artists were laughing and scolding. They were having a great time. Were they really having a great time? The catacombs, the bounded domain, everywhere was extremely dangerous, and one could easily lose one's life. The catacombs was not a good place. If possible, Fang Yu would rather the catacombs be devoid of human martial artists and young people. Beside the city walls, a few young soldiers stood ramrod straight. Fang Yu glanced at them, his gaze complicated. When would such days end? At the same time, Fang Ping and the others had just left the city. Capital City, Forbidden City. Minister Wang rushed back and handed the golden ball to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao took it without looking at it, which surprised Minister Wang a little. You can leave first. Zhang Tao did not say much to Wang Qinghai, gesturing for him to leave first. Minister Wang did not say much either, and quickly left the basilica. Li Zhen, who had rushed over at some point, saw the situation and said lightly, "Are you regretting it?" "What's there to regret?" Zhang Tao said calmly, "The situation is like this. Since they're willing to fight, I won't stop them. Fang Ping has too much imperishable substance. Is he really a reincarnation of a martial emperor? I don't know. A martial emperor. Even during the ancient martial era, there were not many of them. In the catacombs, only demon emperors were at this level. Everything is just speculation. Rumor has it that the second king had only taken a few more paths. If Fang Ping is really one of them, his identity is not difficult to guess." Li Xin said, then smiled faintly. "Who do you think he is?" "I don't want to guess." "What if he's a demon emperor? He did not betray humanity. Even if he's a demon emperor reincarnation, it has nothing to do with a demon emperor. Fang Ping, that's Fang Ping." Zhang Tao's tone became calmer, saying slowly, "Moreover, can a demon emperor reincarnate in the human world?" "Not necessarily. You and I don't understand martial emperors." Li Zhen said, then suddenly asked, "Yao, Qingjun, is it unquestionable Jian?" "I don't know." Li Zhen murmured, "Unquestionable Jian. Hall of myriad origins. I've waited for so many years, but I didn't see him. Has he really fallen completely? 3 basilicas. Are they 3 people or 3 origin paths? If there are 3 people, how come there are no records of the other 2? Even those rank 7 martial artists are recorded, but there's no information about the other two basilicas. Having lived for thousands of years, it's not impossible to walk 3 origin paths. Zhang Tao smiled and said, "What's the point of worrying about this?" Li Jin sighed and said, "If unquestionable Jian comes back to life, if he goes to Hall of Myriad Origins and retrieves his 3 origin paths, then our chances of winning will increase greatly. Can Fang Ping and the rest really walk a new origin path? Do we have the time? Zhang Tao, tell me, do you want to try and search the entire country? Maybe we can find unquestionable Jian. A powerhouse with 3 origin paths is even stronger than old ancestor." Zhang Tao shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. If unquestionable Jian was really so strong, he wouldn't have failed back then. 1,000 years ago, the 2 kings were already dead or in deep slumber. He didn't even succeed that time, let alone now. Rather than relying on unquestionable Jian, why not rely on himself? So what if there are 3 origin paths? I'll only take one. My origin path is 10,000 miles long. One is worth 1,000. You're still so arrogant, so confident." Li Zhen laughed in spite of himself and said, "The outside world thinks that you, Zhang Tao, are easy to talk to, while I, Li Zhen, am a cold person. Little do they know that compared to you, I'm just too lazy to talk. I'm not as arrogant as you." Zhang Tao said playfully, "Arrogant? No, this is called confidence." "Li Zhen, you are still influenced by Heavenly King suppression. You also want to walk the second path. Why bother? Isn't your origin path stronger than others' origin paths? How far can you walk if you walk other people's paths? You're not even as good as Li Changsheng. At least he still dared to unite all paths, only walking his own path. You, on the other hand, regressing the more you live." Li Zhen was not angry either. He said softly, "I also want to keep walking, but there's no time. At this time, if I walk the second path, I can be 30% stronger. If one day the catacombs are really leveled, then I can abandon one path and walk my own path again. But time waits for no man. Can I keep waiting?" Zhang Tao said with a regretful look, "What a pity. If you keep walking, perhaps you'll be even stronger than now. Why would you need to be surpassed by me?" Li Zhen suddenly no longer felt sad. He laughed in spite of himself and said, "You saying so much is still to pave the way for this. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure." Zhang Tao said abnormally calmly, "I'm just speaking the truth. If the origin path is really 10,000 miles long, how far have you walked?" 3,000 miles. That's right, I've walked 5,000 miles. Zhang Tao smiled contemptuously. "This is the difference between you and me. And your second path is just the beginning. How can you compare to me?" Li Zhen did not want to talk, nor did he want to be entangled in this. He changed the topic instantly. "Do you think Fang Ping and the others can get the cultivation method?" "Depends on luck." Zhang Tao did not know, and he did not want to guess. He quickly said, "Over at Tianan, the Yang family's high ranks have all been wiped out. Do you want to cooperate with Star Town and make another trip there?" Li Zhen frowned slightly. "I'm afraid we'll die if we go. The Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven doesn't welcome us at all, and they don't welcome the people of Star Town either. Even Patriarch Yang was suppressed to death. It's obvious." "Patriarch Yang, forget it. He's already passed away. Let's not talk about it." Zhang Tao snorted softly. "I can understand his choice, and I can understand the choices of the other patriarchs in Startown. But if he can bear the shadow, then he should keep his promise. Hundreds of years have passed. Can't he wait any longer?" At such a critical moment, he rashly entered the bounded domain. "Li Zhen, do you know how disappointed I was that day? Hundreds of years of monstrous efforts turned into nothing in an instant." Zhang Tao's expression was complicated. He looked regretful. He said slowly he guarded Mount Imperial Sea for hundreds of years. What kind of meritorious service? I, Zhang Tao, am ashamed of my inferiority. I dare not be listed with him. But why didn't he persevere? Persevere for a few more years. Just a few more years. If humans were to be defeated, I have nothing to say about Patriarch Yang's choice. But the Great War hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Tao clenched his fists. He said, somewhat dejectedly, the Great War hasn't arrived yet. Why do you have to do this? He died in the void mausoleum, grotto heaven. His death is the end of everything. It's not like you don't know how great the impact of the aftermath is. Li Zhan let out a long sigh. He did not know how to reply. Zhang Tao also let out a long sigh. He said, if there are other patriarchs in Star Town who make such a choice, please let us know. Zhang Tao doesn't dare to stop them. He won't stop them either. But at least let us know so that we can be prepared. History will not forget the hundreds of years of guarding. Humans will not forget it. We don't want to end up with a bad name. Li Zhen said softly, don't worry. This won't happen again. Patriarch Yang was also impulsive. You also know that he sat in Mount Royal Sea for more than 300 years. In more than 300 years, there was almost no progress in martial arts. I'm afraid Patriarch Yang is also suffering. We shouldn't criticize him too harshly. I'm not criticizing anyone. Zhang Tao waved his hand. I don't have the right to criticize anyone. I just don't want something like this to happen again when we are unprepared. Tiannan, that battle cost the lives of tens of thousands of disciples. I'll say it again. If this happens again, I hope you can let us know so that we won't be beaten senseless. Li Jin shook his head. It won't happen again. The Patriarch has also spoken. If this happens again, he won't sit idly by. Also, tell Fong Ping not to be calculative with the Yang family anymore. Those few from the Yang family can't take such a blow. Yang Qing died in the battlefield. A few of the patriarchs are still somewhat dissatisfied. Zhang Tao waved his hand. I know. This matter is already in the past. Don't mention it again. A few of the patriarchs are dissatisfied. Take care of those from the Yang family first. Don't go looking for death. Besides, Fong Ping killed Yang Feng. It's normal for there to be casualties in the arena. The one who really crossed the line is Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng is half your successor. What does that have to do with me? If the patriarchs in Star City have any objections, they should look for the Li family. Don't push everything to me. If you really can't do it, just kill Li Changsheng yourself and appease those patriarchs. Li Zhen was really helpless. When it came to shamelessness, he really could not compare to Zhang Tao. He was also a descendant of a noble family. He really could not go to the extent of cursing in the streets. Zhang Tao was different. Before this fellow picked up the rank 9 monster plant, he was thick-skinned, similar to Qin Fengqin today. When he was shameless, Li Zhen felt ashamed. However, this fellow was very straightforward in shifting the blame. You should just kill Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was the one who killed people outside the arena. Fong Ping was not. He had made it clear that he would protect Fong Ping, but Fong Ping did not break the rules. If that was the case, then he had to follow the rules. But could Li Changsheng be killed? Li Jin said helplessly, forget it. Let's stop here. Star City won't let the Yang family leave Star City now. As time passes, everything will be over. One last thing, those few brats died in the catacombs. Then they'll just die. Zhang Tao said softly, the road is chosen by oneself. I can protect them for a while, but I can't protect them forever. They actually don't need me to escort them. Maybe you're right. Li Zhen said, his brows slightly furrowed. The next moment, Nan Yunue rushed in. As soon as she entered, she looked at the two of them and sneered. What are you two old things talking about? Talking bad about me? You even blocked my mentality. What kind of shady business are you doing? Zhang Tao, don't fool stupidly all day long. Are you going to sell him out again this time? Zhang Tao's face darkened. Li Zhen coldly said, Nan Yunue, I dare you to say that again. Nan Yunue sneered. What? You're not stupid, Li. You can't let people talk about you? How many times have you been sold by Zhang Tao over the years? Every time you're sold, you have to count the money for him. Li Zhen's face was ashen. He coldly snorted. Your whole family is stupid. If you weren't a woman, I would kill you with a sword right now. Zhang Tao had an innocent expression. He didn't care about this. He looked at Nan Yunhua and said, Are you sure you can break through? If you screw up, then you'll be in big trouble this time. Also, if you can't break through, then after this, Li Zhen can cut you a few thousand times. At that time, don't blame me for not stopping you. Nan Yunhua proudly said, You think I can't break through? How many can you kill? At least 5. Nan Yunhua, you're almost 100 years old. Don't be like a child. If you boast now, it won't be easy to clean up. Zhang Tao frowned. 5, if you really can, kill a few demon plants. You can kill them instantly. Maybe you can get some life essence. Nan Yunhua stopped, looking for trouble. After a while, she said, If I really have my eyes on the demon plants, then I might not be able to kill 5. That depends on the situation. After saying that, Zhang Tao looked at Li Zhen and said, Li Zhen, go find Heavenly King Subduing and ask for a subduing character. Li Zhen frowned slightly. Zhang Tao said seriously, The situation may not be as smooth as we think. Heavenly King Subduing has taken 2 paths. It's not a big problem to cut off some. If the subduing character is used at a critical moment, it may be able to suppress a few rank 9s. Let Li Changxing have it. He's only a rank 8. If he uses it at a critical moment, he can suppress 1 or 2 rank 9s. If he explodes, he can kill the opponent. The other party probably won't expect Li Changxing to have the subduing character. Seeing that Li Zhen still did not speak, Zhang Tao said impatiently, Li Changxing is half your successor, not mine. I'll let him go to the front line later and hold up 3 rank 9s for me. If he dies, then so be it. A half-crippled guy. It's good enough if he can be of some use. You, Li Zhen, looked annoyed. After thinking for a while, he turned and left the basilica. As soon as he left, Nan Yunhua shook her head and said, This big idiot. I said he's stupid, but he won't admit it. Zhang Tao, don't trick him for no reason. Be careful that Heavenly King Subduing will settle the score with you. Zhang Tao snorted and said, I'm not the one who asked for it. Li Zhen asked for it himself. What does it have to do with me if it's for his successor's protection? Nan Yunhua had nothing to say. Forget it. Why should I worry about this? Li Zhen was stupid himself. How could she teach him how not to be stupid? He was almost 100 years old. Why should she meddle in his business? The outside world thought that Li Zhen was the leader of the 3 departments. Who knew that Li Zhen often did not use his brain? Zhang Tao, this old guy, was the core of the 3. At the same time, Shishan Catacombs. We'll follow the old rules. Pretend to be people from the catacombs. Tai, Tu, Gao, Zhuang, you'll be the leader. We'll be your subordinates. Tai Tu nodded. At the side, Yao Qingjun added, He's iron-headed. If he's the leader, the others will attack him first. They might not be able to kill him. Fang Ping said immediately, You can't say that. Tai Tu, don't listen to this guy's provocation. I don't have such intentions. Yes, I know. I can't be bothered with him. Li Hansong glanced at Yao Qingjun. Shameless villain. Sowing discord. He was indeed someone who played with mentality. He was just a little cunning. Yao Qingjun was speechless. I'm just speaking the truth. Fang Ping chuckled. We're not in a hurry this time. Let's wait for Shishan City to evacuate slowly. 1,200 miles. Even if we don't use the flight step, 5 to 6 hours is enough. When we reach Endless Mountain, we'll be more careful and see how to get there. The few of them did not refute. They began to rush toward Endless Mountain in the west. As they walked, Fang Ping communicated in the catacombs language in a low voice. This time we must be low-key. 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 I'll repeat a few times. Everyone, please don't make trouble this time. If you do, the next time we enter the catacombs, everyone will really want to beat us up. This time we'll suffer countless doubts. This is not good for our future domination of the martial arts world. The few of them were silent. You better remind yourself first. Fang Ping was a little restless. He said, "In the future, when I become the leader of the martial arts world, Tai Tu will be the military department's minister. Old Wang will be the education department's minister. Old Yao will be the investigations department's minister." The three of them looked at him. "What about you?" Fang Ping laughed. "I don't care. I don't care about these things." Everyone was speechless again. No one said anything. "We're only at the beginning. You're already planning to allocate the positions of the three departments' ministers? When we return to the surface, you'll say this. Are you really not afraid of death? P.S. After 12 o'clock, the monthly votes will be doubled. Brothers, please support us with the double monthly votes for the next 3 days. Chapter 660. That's it. Brothers, please support me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Double monthly tickets for Global High Martial Arts. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 661. Howl. The night in the catacombs was as dark as ever. The wandering monsters began to howl at night. Fang Ping and the rest stopped teasing each other. They were all wearing catacombs armor and restrained their auras, keeping a low profile like stones. A distance of 1,200 miles wasn't too far for the few of them. 1 hour, 2 hours, they passed through the mountains and bypassed the big lake. Along the way, they also encountered some demon gathering spots. Fang Ping and the rest did not attack. They avoided those that they could. At their level, middle and low-rank monsters were almost useless and of no threat to them. When he was weak, Fang Ping used to wonder why Grandmaster-level powerhouses did not kill the weak. Now that he had reached this level, Fang Ping had some understanding. At this level, unless it was absolutely necessary, everyone would only target powerhouses of the same level. If it was not necessary, who would kill the weak and cause more trouble for themselves. Moreover, if they killed the weak, they would also kill the weak. That would be utter chaos. After walking for more than 600 li, Yao Qingjun suddenly said in a low voice, "In front of us is a rank 7 monsters territory. Should we take a detour or kill it directly?" Fang Ping looked around. If they took a detour, the journey would be much longer. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "Kill it! Hurry! The 4 of us will work together and do our best to kill it in one move." Okay. They raised their vitality to the limit in an instant. Celestiality began to interweave around their bodies. Yao Qingjuan's long spear appeared. Wang Jinyang's blood-red longbow appeared instantly too. Li Hansong looked at the two's weapons, then at his own boxing gloves. He shook his head slightly and said regretfully, "I actually don't have an offensive divine weapon." Fang Ping humphed. "Be content. Among the 4 of them, he had the worst equipment. The other 3 had their own inherited divine weapons, and they were extremely powerful. Only Fang Ping had 3 divine weapons until now. A pair of rank 7 boots, a rank 7 Changdao, and a rank 8 Changdao. The 3 divine weapons added together were far inferior to their inherited divine weapons. They did not say anything more. They restrained their auras and quietly crept toward a mountain ridge more than 10 li ahead. More than a minute later, in the huge valley, a huge python with spotted patterns appeared in front of them. As soon as they arrived, the spotted python raised its head high, looking in the direction of Fang Ping and the others, even though they did not sense any energy fluctuations. Kill. Fang Ping let out a low growl with his mentality. On the rank 7 Changdao, the golden glow was extremely intense. Yao Qingjuan's soul-splitting spear had already shot out and disappeared halfway. It turned into pure psyche energy and targeted the python's psyche energy. Wang Jinyang drew his bow and condensed a blood-red arrow, which shot through the air. Hiss, hiss! The huge python flicked its tongue and soared into the air, trying to escape. It could already feel the threat of death looming over it, but it was too late. Kacha! Like glass shattering, Yao Qingjuan's long spear immediately condensed from the void, and with a kacha sound, it directly tore apart the python's mental strength. Before Wang Jinyang's blood-red arrow arrived, the python's body trembled violently. All of its blood spurted out and gathered in the arrow, strengthening it. Bang! The long arrow pierced through the python's head swiftly. At this moment, the python was not dead yet. It let out a sharp hiss. As soon as the sound was heard, Fang Ping's saber slashed down. With an explosion of destructive force, the huge python's head crashed onto the ground with a bang, its torso and head still squirming. Around the valley, a few silhouettes appeared. Li Hansong looked gloomy. He said sheepishly, "Give me a chance." The three of them joined forces and still managed to get within 100 meters of the other party. Against a monster that was around middle stage rank 7, if the three of them unleashed their full strength, they could kill it in one move. Yao Qingjun directly tore apart the other party's mentality. Wang Jinyang's blood-red arrow devoured the other party's vitality, and Yao Qingjun dealt a fatal blow. He did not even have the chance to intervene. Cut the crap. Go collect the corpse. It's dangerous to collect the corpse. Remember, next time you collect the corpse, put on your armor, Fang Ping said calmly. If the four of them joined forces and could not even kill a middle-stage rank 7 monster quickly, they would be too useless. How were they going to explore the catacombs, then? Tai too went to move the corpse. Fang Ping looked at old Wang. After a while, he asked, "You can devour its vitality." Wang Jinyang said softly, "Not devour, it's absorb." Not only vitality, but also energy. The premise is that the other party is suppressed and unable to suppress its own energy. Old Yao's spear tore apart its mentality earlier. It can't control its own vitality and energy. That's why I can absorb its vitality and energy to strengthen the blood-red arrow. Fang Ping nodded slightly. After a while, he asked, "Do you have arrows on your longbow?" "No." Wang Jinyang's blood-red longbow only had a bow, no arrows. Right now, the blood-red arrow was condensed from his own energy. Fang Ping heard that and did not ask further. At this time, Li Hansong had already walked back, carrying the snake's head and the snake's body. He chuckled. "A rank 7 divine weapon is in my hands. It feels like a divine weapon isn't that difficult." Everyone ignored him. It was not difficult. That was built on the foundation of Fang Ping's presence. Without Fang Ping, the three of them had the ability to kill this monster. However, the three of them were thousands of meters away. This monster could sense their presence. Sensing that it was no match for them, it had long run away. Why would it still stay here and wait for them to arrive before fighting? Fang Ping kept the python into his space. Seeing that there was finally something in the space, he felt a little relieved. The space had been empty for a long time. It would be uncomfortable if it did not store something. Let's go. Speed up and reach the bounded domain before daybreak. They did not waste any time. In the blink of an eye, they killed the rank 7 python. They did not use flight step. Instead, they levitated and hurried toward the bounded domain. At the same time, in the neighboring forbidden catacombs, at the peak of Mount Royal Sea, Zhang Tao also rushed over. Looking at the densely packed figures in front of the passageway below, his voice was not loud, but it was incomparably dignified. "King Huai, it's just a small area. Is there a need for so many people? There are too many idlers in the royal court. Do you think it's inappropriate for them to come and watch the show?" The long-haired king, Huai, was no longer as irritable as he was in the Magic City catacombs. His young and handsome face carried a gentle smile. Stepping on the void, he slowly walked toward the peak of Mount Royal Sea, as if he was walking on a flight of stairs. When he reached the peak, a black crack flashed and disappeared, cutting through his long hair. His long hair burst into a brilliant golden glow. Some of it broke, disappearing along with the crack. King Huai did not care. He walked to the peak, less than 100 meters away from Zhang Tao. Overlooking the surroundings, he murmured softly, "What a great building! Even a true king could not easily surpass it. It is admirable and intoxicating. How did the two kings do it back then?" Zhang Tao said lightly, "This is not the work of the catacombs martial artists." King Huai chuckled. "Are you talking about the martial artists of the bounded domain? Is it not? Perhaps." Having said that, King Huai laughed again. "However, the past has become dust. Now, immersing in the glory of the past, it seems that the martial king is still not confident enough. That is not up to you to decide." King Huai was not angry. He chuckled again. "Martial king, the barrier between the two worlds is about to be completely opened. You know what I mean. Now, even if you destroy the outer realm, what can you do? Martial king, the land of rebirth, I do not care about the other, true kings. You and the Netherworld king, the Hall of True Kings, will always welcome you." Zhang Tao said playfully, "I can go, but the premise is that the Hall of True Kings kills you first. How about it?" King Huai laughed. "Why bother? At our realm, everyone below the true king is an ant. Living for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years, that is not impossible. Time can no longer erase our imprints. Since that is the case, why must you be so overbearing?" Zhang Tao said coldly, "On Earth there are many impasses. King Huai, once the war starts, more than one or two impasses will fall. We human martial artists do not retreat until we are dead. In your Hall of True Kings, there may not be anyone left alive." King Huai chuckled. "I know. If possible, we also want to quietly cultivate until the moment when our lives are extinguished. But some things must be done. Immortality is also a great temptation, isn't it? Immortality." Zhang Tao sneered. "Even if life is eternal and the world is extinguished, what can you do if you are left alone? As strong as the ancient martial era, it was extinguished just like that. Yes, so we do not want to repeat the same mistakes." King Huai said faintly, "Perhaps only the seed of rebirth can prevent history from repeating itself." "What is the seed of rebirth?" Zhang Tao asked again. King Huai smiled faintly. "Let us enter the land of rebirth, and we will tell you. Wishful thinking. Then there is no way to negotiate." King Huai sighed and said softly, "You are too stubborn. Even if we enter the land of rebirth, what can we do? Even if we have the intention to kill you, if you really want to leave, who can do anything to you? Martial King, I have known you for decades, and I really can't bear to see you fall." "Then try." Zhang Tao's face was indifferent, and he said no more. King Huai said no more, but looked at the crowd below, chuckling. "Go in. Boys, go and kill, go and indulge. Only when you are stained with the blood of the reborn martial artists will you truly walk your own path. Go. Kill." The crowd below, one after another, shouted. Among the crowd, Jiao rode a golden phoenix, her expression cold as she said loudly, "Martial King, where is Fan Ping?" Zhang Tao said calmly, "Has the monster life royal court made up its mind to start a war with us humans?" Ji Yao only represents herself. Ji Yao did not answer directly, saying loudly, "Martial King, since you want to destroy the 18 southern regions, the royal court and its affiliated cities here cannot be ignored. If I promise not to invade the monster life royal court cities, then what?" Ji Yao did not answer. Zhang Tao laughed loudly and said, "If that is the case, I will not force you." After saying that, Zhang Tao turned, looked into the distance, and laughed loudly. "The feast has begun. Kill. Kill." In the distance, Tens of thousands of martial artists shouted loudly. Waves of rank 9 force rose, the vitality pillar piercing the sky and the earth, making the vitality pillar even more obvious in the dark night. Even if it was thousands of miles away, the giant pillar in the distance could still be seen. Zhang Tao laughed loudly. His figure flashed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he appeared directly above the Grand Canyon, standing in the air. Black cracks cut across his body, but only a golden mark was left. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. He wanted to personally guard the canyon passage. Even the catacombs' true king could not think of going through. Waves of force also rose from the neighboring territories, one after another. Huge figures appeared from Imperial Sea Mountain. Outside Imperial Sea Mountain, waves of force also rose. A powerhouse laughed loudly, his voice traveling thousands of miles. Below, Ji Yao and the others looked solemn. But when they saw their true king also showing his majesty, everyone's expression softened. Soon the passage opened. On the opposite side of the passage, an old Taoist looked at everyone, watching them enter. Just as a rank 8 powerhouse stepped into the passage, the old Taoist struck with his palm. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. This rank 8 powerhouse did not have time to react, nor did he have the heart to defend himself, and his golden body exploded instantly. As he struck with his palm, the old Taoist flew backward, flying thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, fleeing toward Wan City in the south. Damn it! Kill him! The powerhouses who had just entered the restricted area were furious. Several rank 9 powerhouses rose into the air, quickly chasing after the old Taoist. They did not expect that the resurrected powerhouse guarding the passage would actually attack them. At that moment, many people did not have the heart to defend themselves at all. At the peak of Imperial Sea Mountain, King Huai said indifferently, "King Wu, you're still as shameless as ever." Above the passage, Zhang Tao sneered, "Just a bunch of idiots. Since we've entered the Outland, the war has already begun. I wonder how many of these idiots can return this time." King Huai was not angry. Facing the Outland, his voice traveled thousands of miles, saying, "Kill the escaped, resurrected martial artists. The massacre has begun." As soon as he finished speaking, in the forbidden catacombs, silhouettes from various cities soared into the air. The old Taoist who escaped from Imperial Sea Mountain soon encountered a rank 9 powerhouse, and a great battle broke out instantly. Further away, the sky-piercing blood pillar began to move toward the depths. King Huai stood proudly at the peak, looking at the Outland, chuckling. "Even if a territory is destroyed, I'll be satisfied if I can slaughter dozens of high ranks. 108 Outlands are just abandoned lands. How many high ranks can die in the land of rebirth? Was it worth it to exchange dozens of high ranks for the destruction of one territory? The true king in the true king temple said it was worth it. The land of rebirth had just been revived, and the powerhouses were limited. Exchanging the Outland for the destruction of all the high ranks of the land of rebirth powerhouses was worth it. The restricted area was still there, and the core was still there. Coincidentally, he could also take back some of the mineral veins in the Outland. Zhang Tao did not pay any attention to him and remained silent. Shishan Catacombs. Fang Ping and the rest were extremely fast, passing by in a flash. At this moment, Fang Ping's figure paused, looking in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, muttering, "The war has begun!" Wang Jinyang and the rest's expressions were extremely solemn. In the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, several towering pressures rose, covering hundreds of miles. Even though they were thousands of miles away, they could still vaguely feel some pressure. In Shishan Catacombs, Imperial Sea Mountain, powerhouses began to demonstrate. Guardian Chun, it should be him. The opposite side is King Maple? More or less. They looked at each other. Fang Ping took a deep breath and growled, "Let's go now." The rank 9 powerhouses in Shishan catacombs dared not release their mentality pressure to provoke him. While everyone was focused on the impasse, it was the most convenient time to go to the outland. Very soon, an endless mountain range appeared in front of everyone. They had arrived at Endless Mountain. In the depths of the catacombs, the heaven-shaking pressure was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that everyone suspected whether a battle of the pinnacle would erupt in the next moment. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. After a long time, he looked toward the south and said softly, "Thank you, Guardian Chen." After saying that, Fang Ping sped up and began to cross Endless Mountain. Wang Jinyang and the rest understood instantly. Old Ancestor Qin, who was guarding Shishan catacombs, might have also known that they were going to enter the outland, taking advantage of the moment to unleash his pressure to shock the catacombs. He might also be trying to divert attention. Although they did not know or see this pinnacle powerhouse who started the neo-martial arts era, at this moment they still respected him a little more. Endless Mountain spanned 400 miles. There were not as many demons here as in other forbidden lands. Monster plants were the majority. Although there were not many demons, the demons in Endless Mountain were stronger. Monster plant-type demons could form a forbidden land. Middle and low-ranked monster plants had no intelligence, and it was difficult for them to move. The proportion of high ranks was even higher. While Fang Ping and the rest maintained high speed, they were also extremely careful. Here, once they were discovered by monster plants, it was very likely to attract the attention of some kings of forbidden lands. Once they were surrounded by the kings of forbidden lands, Fang Ping and the rest of the rank 7s could not possibly be a match at all. With caution and vigilance, they passed through the mountains. The absolute pressure in the depths never stopped. The vast, endless mountain was also much quieter at this moment. Even so, when they crossed more than 200 miles of endless mountain, Fang Ping and the rest were still targeted by monster plants. This time, Fang Ping did not have the intention to kill the other party. If they wasted time here, it would be too easy for them to be surrounded by demons. Ignoring the rank 7 monster plants' pursuit, they were extremely fast, crossing the mountains continuously. The number of high-ranked monster plants chasing after them was also increasing. 1 plant, 2 plants. When they were almost out of Endless Mountain, there were already 7 or 8 monster plants chasing behind them. In the central area of Endless Mountain, there were even rank 9 monster plants that began to cross the air and come over. Fang Ping and the rest could already see the forbidden sea tributary in front of them. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said quickly, "Be careful. Especially Old Yao, it's your first time here. Remember what I told you before. You must be very careful. Don't fly too high." Beside him, Wang Jinyang glanced at the monster plant that was chasing after them and said, "Should we take off?" Fang Ping glanced at him. At this time, Old Wang was still thinking about what happened last time. "No need. Everyone keep a distance from each other. I'll be in the middle. If there's any danger, I'll activate Old Zhang's mentality clone in time. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hansong was the first to start crossing the river. The divine armor appeared on his body. His expression could not be seen, but his nervousness could be seen. The ignorant were fearless. The last time he crossed the river with Qin Fengqing, he did not have any other thoughts and went straight over. Only later did he know how dangerous the forbidden sea tributary was. However, as the only martial artist in the team with divine armor, his defense was much stronger than Fang Ping's. He was the only one who could explore the way. Behind them, the monster plants were almost catching up. At this moment, it was not the time for everyone to explore slowly. Li Hansong was the first, and Fang Ping followed closely behind. Behind him, Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun were also extremely vigilant. When the two of them had used flight, stepped to the surface of the river, they quickly followed. The forbidden sea was as calm as ever. Very soon, Li Hansong crossed the river at a distance of 1 to 2,000 meters. Fong Ping was just about to reach the shore when a tentacle suddenly swept over from under the water. Fong Ping's expression changed. A rock appeared in his hand out of thin air, and he shot it far away. Unexpectedly, the tentacle ignored the rock and continued sweeping toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. A small ball of golden substance appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he threw it toward the surface of the water 100 meters away. This time, the tentacle ignored Fong Ping. Instead, it fell into the water and disappeared without a trace. Old Yao and Wang Jinyang hurried over from behind. As soon as Wang Jinyang landed, he looked at the slightly tumbling seawater 100 meters away and said in a low voice, "Why did it target you?" Fong Ping shook his head and then said, "Maybe it was a little too much. Forget it, let's go." This side was slightly different from Tianan. The opposite side of the river was not a forest, but a stretch of towering mountains. Fong Ping took a look and said as he walked, "It has something to do with the terrain on the opposite side. The Forbidden Sea tributary is eroding over, surrounding the bounded zone." The few of them nodded slightly. Li Hansong sensed for a while and looked at Yao Qingjun and Wang Jinyang. "Any reaction?" Does it feel familiar?" "No." Li Hansong was slightly regretful. He frowned and said, "Then it's not our home. Actually, I guessed it too. Otherwise, that token would have reacted. This time, we might not be able to enter." The last time he went to Tianan, he still felt a little familiar, which was why he entered. This time, however, he did not feel the same. Obviously, he was not familiar with this bounded zone. However, the boundary wall inside did not seem to be activated now, and the buildings inside could not be seen. Maybe when it was activated, he would feel something. The few of them were discussing using mentality and did not dare to make a sound. There were primordial demon clan members here. Fong Ping, on the other hand, did not care about them. He looked around. After a while, he said, "This shouldn't be the core zone. There should be a stone tablet in the core zone. Only a stone tablet corresponds to the location of the bounded zone's gate. We haven't found the stone tablet yet, so we might not be able to activate it. Don't go inside first. Look for the stone tablet along the way." Upon hearing that, Wang Jinyang said with a vigilant look, "Don't mess around." Fong Ping said gloomily, "Nonsense. I know the stone tablet is connected to the seal. No matter how much money I want, I won't be courting death, right?" Wang Jinyang did not care about him. "I'll give you a reminder first. The last time this fellow dug up the stone tablet, he almost got them killed. The few of them did not enter the depths. Instead, they walked along the outer mountain range, moving forward all the way. The bounded zone was very narrow and long, and not every place in the bounded zone was filled with gates. The stone tablet was a sign. The place with the stone tablet was most likely the area where the gate was located. Over there, it should be easier to activate the bounded zone. Moreover, after finding the stone tablet, if it was well preserved, then they could confirm whether this was the Schwanda Grotto. If it was not, the few of them might not gain anything by coming here. Walking carefully along the way, the few of them also discovered some native demons. These demons did not move much. Here, unless the boundary wall was activated and the energy was overflowing, only then could they cultivate. At other times, these demons were usually lying in wait. If they did not reveal their vitality, Fong Ping and the rest were like stones. They were not very tempting to the demons. Walking along the edge of the Forbidden Sea tributary, they walked for more than 100. Li Fong Ping's gaze flickered, and he said, "I think I see it." Wang Jinyang and the rest looked over. Sure enough, there was a huge black stone tablet standing in front. Chapter 662. In front of the gigantic stone monument. Fong Ping stared at the monument, his gaze solemn. He enunciated each word slowly. "Schwanda, Grotto Heaven." "You can read?" Li Hansong asked suddenly. Fong Ping's expression darkened, glaring at him fiercely. "What's up with you? Qin Fengqing isn't here, so you replaced him?" Li Hansong was embarrassed, but he said helplessly, It's only 3 words. Why did you read 4 words? There were only 3 words on the gigantic monument. Fang Ping said calmly, Xuanda Grotto Heaven. I added heaven to make it sound better. Beside him, Wang Jinyang glanced at him and said helplessly, It's Xuanda Realm, not Xuanda Grotto Heaven. Can you read more next time? Fang Ping's expression darkened even more. After a while, he said sullenly, I didn't look closely. Wasn't it Mausoleum Cave last time? I only saw the first 2 and didn't look at the rest. Wang Jinyang ignored him. After he deduced that the bounded boundaries and sex might be related, he had studied seal script. Glancing at the monument, Wang Jinyang said, It is indeed the Xuanda Grotto Heaven. The so-called Grotto Heaven is just a term used by the Tang Dynasty. It might not have existed before. It was just a name given by the later generations. Xuanda Realm should be the Xuanda Grotto Heaven listed by the Tang Dynasty. As he spoke, Wang Jinyang did not look at the monument anymore. Instead, he looked behind the monument at the winding ancient path that seemed to reach the heavens. Behind the monument was a huge mountain. The mountain path was rugged, and the ground was paved with sparkling energy crystals. The crystal-like plank path went up for thousands of meters. To martial artists, a height of thousands of meters was nothing. However, the ancient path was circling, faintly discernible. He had no idea where the end was. We came to the right place. Wang Jinyang said, frowning slightly. There should be restrictions above here. Last time in Tianan, there were spatial rifts above. But now, this plank path goes straight to the heavens. Fang Ping lifted his head to take a look as well. After some thought, he said, Since this is the mountain path leading to the Grotto Heaven, there shouldn't be any restrictions on the mountain path. Otherwise, this mountain path would have disappeared long ago, swallowed by the space rift. Li Hansong continued, The gates in Tianan are very low. This one is so high. Fang Ping, is this your home? You want to make a cultivation ground into a crystal pagoda? Fang Ping said sternly, From now on, shut your mouth. Tai Tu, I find that you've changed. You've learned to talk nonsense. This guy actually stabbed him twice in such a short period of time. He was rebelling. The other 2 ignored the 2 of them. Yao Qingjun looked around. After a while, he said sternly, Everyone be quiet. Someone has been here. As he spoke, Yao Qingjun walked behind the stone tablet, squatted down, and examined the crystal-like plank path. This place had been sealed for countless years. The crystal walkway was somewhat dim, and a layer of fine dust had fallen upon it. Yao Qingjun reached out and touched it, then looked up and said slowly, There might be people up there. Someone went up here, and there are footprints. As he spoke, he looked at both sides of the plankway and took a deep breath. This ancient path is a little dangerous. Be careful. I looked up and down, but the footprints didn't match. Perhaps someone had died. If it's not the ancient path that's dangerous, then there's danger up there. Although martial artists could use the flight step, this place was extremely dangerous. There were cracks flashing in the air at every turn. It was safer to walk with one's feet firmly on the ground here. Although some footprints on the plankway were very shallow, Yao Qingjun could still see them clearly. Fang Ping said, Old Zhang said that someone from the Qin family might be here. Is it someone from the Qin family? I'm not sure. We can't let our guard down. We can't rule out the possibility that it's a martial artist from the catacombs. Fang Ping nodded. He would not let his guard down. He looked up again and said softly, I didn't expect the door here to open in the sky. That's more dangerous than I expected. I don't know if there's someone above the sealed world. I was thinking that we could keep attacking the sealed world underground, but now it's hard to say. Since there's someone up there, no matter if it's someone from the Qin family or someone else, everyone must stay alert. Having said that, Fang Ping added, Everyone, we came here together, so the only one we can trust is ourselves. Old Ancestor Qin probably released his aura on Mount Royal Sea to cover our tracks, but the Chen family might not know of our existence. If it's someone from the Chin family up there, be careful of them attacking us. If it's a catacombs martial artist, there might be a rank 9 existence. Fang Ping said with a serious expression, if there's a rank 9 existence, then we'll be in trouble. There seems to be only one path here. If we don't go this way, we might not be able to find another entrance. Understood. The few of them were extremely solemn. It was different from the last time when they just wandered around. The last time they went to the bounded zone was to look for Zhang Qingnan. Fang Ping and the others had no other purpose. However, this time they were here specifically to look for cultivation methods. They did not want to return empty-handed. Let's go, Fang Ping said and looked at the stone tablet again. He glanced at it and did not look at it anymore. There was still business at this time. This stone tablet should also be connected to the sealed world. Dealing with the stone tablet at this time might cause big trouble. The few of them stepped on the plankway cautiously. Li Hansong was still in front. He did not dare to be careless. Li Hansong cautiously walked up the steps one by one. He tested it by stepping on the ground and even tried to float slightly in the air. Fang Ping and the others looked nervous. Fortunately, floating in the air was not a big problem. Fang Ping thought for a while, then threw a stone into the air. As soon as the stone rose into the air, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. A crack flashed in the air. Fang Ping said seriously, 30 meters. After saying that, he looked at Li Hansong and said, go up a little, about 20 meters. Try throwing a stone. Li Hansong nodded. Very quickly, he walked up about 20 meters along the plankway and threw a stone. This time, the stone did not disappear 10 meters in the air. It was still about 30 meters in the air. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and said with emotion, ingenious workmanship. The sealed world is not flat, but arranged along the plankway all the way up diagonally. Everyone nodded slightly. At this time, Li Hansong threw a few stones on both sides of the plankway. Very quickly, his expression turned serious and said, Fang Ping, be careful. Out of the plankway, there are void cracks on both sides. When he threw the stone, it disappeared into the cracks as soon as it left the plankway. In other words, on this winding ancient path, only the steps and 30 meters above the ground were safe areas. Everywhere else was dangerous. Ancient martial artists are so domineering. Fang Ping sighed. They were indeed domineering. There was only one path in Xuanda Grotto Heaven. Visitors had to walk this path. Moreover, they could not use flight step or run around. If the owner of this place wanted you to walk the right path, you had to walk the right path. Using flight step or running around was courting death. It was unlike modern times, where martial artists did not have much sense of territory. Even in the Department of Education, if someone used flight step and disappeared above old Zhang's head in a flash, old Zhang would not care too much if it was one of his own. Of course, there was still a ban on flying. However, for high-ranked martial artists, there were actually not many who obeyed the ban. Sometimes, flying was indeed more convenient. As they talked, they walked up. After a while, Fang Ping suddenly said, Ironhead, I want to do an experiment. Listen and see if it's feasible. You want to borrow my armor? Li Hansong grinned. He did not say much. The armor on his body disappeared instantly and appeared in his hand. He threw it to Fang Ping and said, You want to test if the space cracks can cut through my armor, right? That's right. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. If it can withstand it, Ironhead, lend me this thing. At the crucial moment, I'll drag a rank 9 and use flight step together. The cracks are purely physical damage. If they can't cut through the armor, then I'll be fine. Wang Jinyang frowned. What do you know? I saw the cracks last time. When they erupted, they also cut through mentality. I'll be fine as long as I don't release my mentality. Fang Ping did not say much. He picked up the human-shaped armor and tested it on the left side of the ancient path. As he tested it, he said, If you really break it, I'll get you a better set later. The cracks can't even cut through a paragon. The strength of a paragon's physique is only SOO. If this thing is not as useful as a paragon's physique, then it's not a very good thing. The few of them were speechless. Did he not feel guilty when he said that? His tone was not just a little big. When a paragon was cut by the space cracks, he would also need to use his vitality to prevent his body from suffering too serious injuries. That was under the condition that there were few cracks. This meant that it was not just his physique that could withstand it. If a set of armor could block the cracks, then it would be much stronger than a desperate inner armor. As Fong Ping said that, he was just about to test it when he suddenly threw the armor to Li Hansong. Li Hansong was surprised. What's wrong? If it's really broken, it's not a big deal. I forgot. This set of armor seems to be connected to your body. If it's really broken, you'll probably be heavily injured too. Fong Ping almost forgot about this. He believed that Li Hansong would not forget. However, this guy actually asked him to try it just now. Fong Ping was helpless. He glanced at him and said, I forgot about it. You want me to cut it? Are you an idiot? Li Hansong smiled foolishly and did not say anything. Just as Fong Ping was about to give up, Li Hansong took the armor and stretched out the plank path. Creak! A sharp, ear-piercing sound was heard. Li Hansong hurriedly pulled back the armor, his face slightly pale. Amazing! Li Hansong had a lingering fear in his heart. He looked at the fine crack that appeared on the armor. Very quickly the crack began to heal. I can block it, but I need to expend energy to repair it. It'll only take a moment. My ability is not good enough. Repairing the divine armor will consume a lot of energy. As he said that, Li Hansong looked excited. However, if I really have to drag a rank 9 into the rift, I don't know if it'll cut him to death first or my armor first. If that's the case in the land of boundaries, I also have a trump card against a rank 9. Li Hansong was quite excited. He did not really want to be a shield. He had to have some offensive means. This was not bad. At a critical moment, if he could drag a rank 9 into the sky, he might be able to kill the rank 9 with the help of the space rift. Li Hansong was excited. Fong Ping did not discourage him. Neither did he dissuade him. Instead, he warned, If I tell you to do it, do it. If I don't tell you to do it, don't make your own decisions. In the land of boundaries, only one voice is needed. That is my voice. This is also the consensus of many catacombs trips. Without my permission, don't think that you're doing a good deed by acting on your own. Most of the time, good intentions turn into bad things. The three of you, I'll say the ugly words first. If you act on your own and don't die this time, we'll part ways in the future. The smiles on their faces disappeared. Very quickly they nodded. They understood Fong Ping's meaning. In the catacombs, they could not act on their own when acting together. It would often implicate the entire team. Let's go. Go up. Iron Head will scout the way. The few of them stopped talking. Their movements were weak, and they began walking up the ancient path. Just as Fong Ping and the rest were walking up the ancient path. At the end of the ancient path, on a huge platform, at this moment, a few figures were sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of the figures was an impossibly tall gatehouse. The gatehouse was faintly discernible, surrounded by glittering and translucent giant screens and crystal walls. When Li Hansong's armor was cut, a creaking sound was heard. Among the few figures, the ears of one of them twitched slightly. Very quickly he opened his eyes and said, I think someone is coming up. Maple King's men? Among the crowd, someone spoke. His voice was old, and his face was also very old. However, very quickly he looked toward the person who spoke first and asked again, Second Progenitor, did they arrive early this time? The person who spoke first was old and clumsy. His hair and beard were all white. He stood up slowly, his gaze deep as he said, maybe, Everyone get ready for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, on the platform, 5 people stood up. Including the old man, there were a total of 6 people. These 6 people were all clumsy, their faces pale. They had stayed here for many years. This place could not recover energy and recover consumption. They could only let 1 or 2 of them cross the Forbidden Sea every few days to recover. However, the Forbidden Sea was also extremely dangerous. Time and time again, there were people who died on the Forbidden Sea. However, they could not leave. Although the world wall would sometimes become saturated with energy and erupt with energy tides, it was possible that when the energy tide erupted, it was often accompanied by a battle. After so many years, out of more than 10 people in the past, only the 6 of them were left. The 6 of them looked solemn. Divine weapons appeared in their hands, but the divine weapons seemed a little dim. Not only the divine weapons, but the golden bodies of 2 of the rank 8 powerhouses were also extremely dim. The old man who was the leader was the same. His whole body was filled with lethargy. The few of them guarded the intersection between the ancient path and the platform, not saying a word. Not long after, on the winding ancient path, an armored martial artist wearing a full set of armor appeared. A human! The few old men did not make a move. They did not speak. Instead, they were waiting. In the end, the armored warrior took the initiative to speak. Then he said loudly, "Is that a senior from the Chin family of Polaris City up there?" The old man who was the leader looked slightly suspicious. He did not dare to relax, asking in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Oh, I forgot." Before Li Hansong finished speaking, the few old men's expressions changed. They had already sensed the vitality force that belonged to a human, a rank 7 martial artist. However, it seemed like they had just sensed it. For a moment, the few of them were slightly suspicious. Of course, there were many restrictions on the winding plank road. They did not sense it before. Maybe it was blocked by the restrictions. Soon, behind the armored warrior, they saw 3 more figures. They were all rank 7 martial artists. Although 4 rank 7 martial artists were weaker than the 6 of them, they could not be underestimated. "Are you a senior from the Chin family?" At this moment, Li Hansong did not speak again. Fang Ping took the initiative to say, "We are Sino Nation martial artists from martial arts universities. Under Minister Zhang's order, we came to the Xuanda Grotto Heaven to explore the ruins and look for ancient human martial arts cultivation methods." "Martial King's order?" "That's right." Fang Ping said loudly, "The seniors have not told us yet. Are you a senior from the Qin family?" To avoid conflict and affecting the overall situation. The few old men looked at each other. The leading old man said, "We are from the Chen family." After saying that, he asked, "You said that you came under orders. Do you have proof?" Although they were all humans, humans might not be free of traitors. Proof? Fang Ping thought for a while. He did have proof. Zhang Tao's crystal book was the most suitable. However, before old Zhang came, why did he not say anything about giving him a token or something? Now that he had taken out the crystal book, if they were to fight later, would they not know his trump card? Who knew if these people were good or bad? The old men above were not weak. 2 rank 9s, 2 rank 8s, and 2 rank 7s. Although it felt a little fake, no matter how fake it was, a rank 9 was a rank 9. Fang Ping did not expect to meet 2 rank 9 powerhouses here. If they were from the Chen family, then the Chen family was scary enough. 1 paragon, 3 rank 9s, and there was even a rank 9 Chen family patriarch in the House of Guardians. However, why did these people not go out? The Chen family's patriarch started the neo-martial arts era. According to Warlord, the Chen family's patriarch had given up on exploring the boundaries and no longer walked that path. The Chen family could not be seen in the king's battleground either, unless the newcomers entered once every 3 years. Thinking was just thinking. Fang Ping did not ask for details. He could not get anything out of them now. If they wanted proof, he did not have it. Actually, Fang Ping had proof too. He had the MCMAU Vice-Chancellor's seal. That thing could prove his identity. However, Fang Ping was too famous. The restricted area was still searching for him. If it was not necessary, there was no need to publicize it too much. From what these few people said, they probably had not gone out for a long time. They probably did not know them. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping looked at Old Wang and the others. "Do you have seals or something?" They nodded slightly. Fong Ping opened his mouth and said to the few people above, something like, "The Martial Arts University's Vice-Chancellor's seal can approve our identity? Among us, there's MCMAU's Dean, NMAU's Honorary Vice-Chancellor, FMS's Vice-Chancellor." Hearing these titles, the people on the top were stunned. However, very quickly the old man above said, "Yes." Even if there were traitors among humans, it was not to the point where the leaders of martial arts universities had become traitors. If that happened, martial arts universities would be completely destroyed. Even King Wu would not be so useless. However, listening to the voices of the few people below, the few old men felt that they were not very old. They were also very unfamiliar. A new Grand Master? After Fong Ping threw a few seals over, the leading old man looked at them and suddenly said, "How is Lord King Wu recently? When Lord King Wu broke through to the peak, he shocked the heavens and the earth and made the gods weep." The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. Did they have to do this? If I did not happen to hear some secrets, I would have been tricked by you guys. Fong Ping said helplessly, "He's amazing. He broke through as soon as he woke up. Ha ha ha, he really is King Wu's man." The old man laughed. That was right. This was a big secret. Most people really did not know. Even those in the catacombs did not know how King Wu broke through. They probably thought that he broke through to the desperate realm during closed-door cultivation. The ones who really knew the inside story were only the few human powerhouses. The Chun family knew about this because the Chun family's elder ancestor knew about it. Those who knew about this were definitely the higher-ups among humans, and trustworthy ones at that. There was no escaping. This was King Wu's shame. Those who knew about this secret were not their own people. They were all killed. Of course, in reality, they did not kill anyone because those who knew about it were their own people. After confirming Fong Ping and the others' identities, the few old men stopped glaring at them. The leading old man smiled and said, "Since you are King Wu's men, come on up." They did not block the way anymore. Fong Ping and the others also walked up cautiously. Li Hansong took the lead and soon reached the entrance of the plank road. He deliberately squeezed forward, squeezing the few old men behind him. The leading old man chuckled. He did not say much and took the initiative to step back. He sighed in his heart. Not bad. These people looked quite young, but they were very vigilant. They guarded the entrance of the plank road. If they attacked and knocked them out of the range of the plank road, they would definitely die. In the catacombs, just as Lu Fengru had taught Fong Ping, in this place, do not trust anyone easily, even your own people. Li Hansong occupied the entrance of the plank road. Only then did Fong Ping and the others follow. Once they reached the entrance, Fong Ping's line of sight turned to the looming gatehouse. Seeing Fong Ping looking at the gatehouse, the old man smiled and said, "This is the main entrance of Xuanda, Grotto Heaven. It is also the only entrance. If you want to enter heavenly mystic virtue, this is the only way. Everywhere else is a dead end. You are here on orders this time. Does King Wu have any instructions?" Beside them, an old woman said in a weak voice, "Can you tell us about the outside world?" Fong Ping asked curiously, "Seniors, have you not been out for a long time?" "Yes, we haven't left this place for 15 years. The few of them were a little emotional. In these 15 years, they did not leave this place at all. Other than some demons, people under the Maple King's command who would come from time to time, and those mountains and rivers that they were tired of seeing, there was almost nothing else here. Not leaving the domain for 15 years was not something that could be represented by a simple number. Fong Ping was a little confused. Staying here for 15 years? Xuanda Grotto Heaven had not opened. It was not suitable for closed-door cultivation here. Even if the energy tide erupted, they could just wait until it happened. Was there a need to guard here every day? Seeing Fang Ping's confusion, the leading old man sighed softly and said, 15 years ago we were not guarding here day and night. That year we had already entered the House of Guardians. However, 15 years ago, one of the powerhouses under the Maple King's command obtained a bounded zone token in the king's battleground. These few years, he often sent people here to enter Schwanda Grotto Heaven. We were ordered to guard the entrance and not allow the powerhouses under the Maple King's command to open the bounded zone. That's why we can't leave. If we leave and miss the people under the Maple King's command, we will be in trouble. Moreover, we can't easily change people. The bounded zone is extremely dangerous. Changing people once is a huge crisis. That's why we can only keep waiting here. Fang Ping said hurriedly, someone under the Maple King's command obtained the bounded zone token? From Schwanda Grotto Heaven? Should be. The old man said, if not, the Maple King won't keep sending people here. Some information. The restricted area knows more than us. If he is not confident, he won't keep sending people here to die. Father knew about this back then. That's why he sent us here to guard. Father? Fang Ping swallowed. Could it be the Chun family's elder ancestor's son? Back then, he had asked if there were any second-generation people from each family who had survived. Jiang Hao said there might be. Now, did he mean that he had met one? Some of the second-generation people in Star Town were more than 300 years old. He had met a living antique. As if he understood Fang Ping's meaning, the Chen family's second elder laughed and said, it's rare to meet people from outside the restricted area. Since the restricted area hasn't sent people here yet, if there's anything you need help with, you can let us know. Leave early before they come. If there's a chance, help us pass a message back to the House of Guardians that we are still alive. Father sent Little Nine to meet us. Unfortunately, Little Nine died in battle here not long after he arrived. I'm afraid Father is also worried about the situation here. Fang Ping understood what he meant. Obviously, Elder Ancestor Chen was at Mount Royal Sea. He might not be able to detect the situation here. As for Elder Ancestor Chen, he probably could not come to the outskirts to detect at close range. He had sent someone to check, but the person who was sent died in the end. Right now, he might not even know if there were still people alive here. As for the last time Li Zhen and Zhang Tao went to Tianan to investigate, Fang Ping suspected that these two might have been investigating at Mount Royal Sea. However, Fang Ping still asked curiously, if the few of you let one of you cross the Forbidden Sea, Guardian Chen will be able to detect. The old man could not help but laugh. Even a paragon won't cover the outskirts with mentality all the time, and it will consume a lot of energy, unless it's a critical moment. Father doesn't know when we'll go out, so naturally he won't cover this place all the time. Moreover, it's a little difficult for Father to cover this place. Fang Ping did not say anything, but he was calculating in his heart. It seemed like Elder Ancestor Chen was not as powerful as Old Zhang. Old Zhang's mentality covered here and there every day. He liked to cover his mentality when eavesdropping, and he did not care about the consumption. Could it be that eavesdropping could train mentality? It seemed like it. Previously at Magic City and Tianan, those true kings in the restricted area only needed a moment to cover. However, Old Zhang seemed to be watching all the time. Warlord too. No, Warlord seemed to have retreated halfway. Old Zhang was really there all the time, monitoring the entire outskirts at all times. Magic City's catacombs were much bigger than the Shishan catacombs. Old Zhang is amazing. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. How old was Old Zhang again? He had never asked before, but he seemed to have heard Fatty Zhang mention it before. 85 years old? He seemed to have achieved Paragon less than 20 years ago. Li Zhen achieved Paragon at 70 years old. Whether Old Zhang was earlier or later than him, Fang Ping was not too sure. However, these few had not left the bounded area for 15 years. yet they knew the secret of old Zhang's breakthrough. If that was the case, did it mean that he broke through before he was 7 years old? So old Zhang broke through earlier than Commander Li. Fang Ping was still thinking when the old man said, "The bounded area and Mount Royal Sea are not connected. We have to go through the endless mountains to get out and enter. It's extremely dangerous. Moreover, going in and out through the Forbidden Sea is also extremely dangerous. That's why communication has been cut off these few years." Fang Ping understood and said immediately, "Don't worry. When we get out, we'll definitely inform the House of Guardians." As he said that, Fang Ping looked at the gatehouse again and said, "Senior, this time we came under orders to open the bounded area. Since the few of you are here, it'll be much more convenient." Fang Ping had not finished speaking when the old man said in surprise, "You guys! Did you get the token too?" Yes. Even when they were here, these few were still guarding here. Fang Ping did not hide it, or else they would see it when they went in later. Chapter 663. On the huge platform, Li Hansong and the two elders guarded the entrance of the walkway, while Fang Ping chatted with Qin Yaozu. Yes, Qin Yaozu. Fang Ping suspected that this Qin family's second grandmaster was related to Qin Yaoting. Two brothers? Could old Qin be a child the Qin family abandoned? Of course, the possibility was not high. The Xuanda Grotto Heaven has never been opened. A long time ago, we came to the Xuanda Grotto Heaven many times, but we could not open it. In addition to the danger and father's decision to start the new martial era and not blindly pursue further, the Qin family gave up guarding the boundary zone. Until more than 10 years ago, Maple King suddenly let his divine generals enter. Father felt that something was wrong and sent us here. That was when we found out that Maple King had obtained the token of the Xuanda Grotto Heaven. Chen Yaozu briefly explained these things to Fang Ping and finally said, "The energy tide erupts here once every 3 months. When it erupts, it is also when the boundary barrier is the weakest and the easiest to open. Since you have the token, you should know that just the token is not enough. It must have the owner's aura. However, when the boundary barrier is weak, with the token there is hope to open the Xuanda Grotto Heaven through the door. Therefore, every time the energy tide erupts, Maple King's people will come most of the time. However, the token is in their hands. We don't know when they will come, so we can only wait." Fang Ping could not help but say, "Then kill them and snatch the token." Qin Yaozu smiled bitterly. Beside him, the old lady sighed too. "It's not that easy. After all these years of fighting, we have both suffered casualties. In addition, we can't return and can't frequently pass through the Forbidden Sea to recover. We are now an arrow at the end of its flight. When you go back this time, I hope to inform you so that someone can come and replace you as soon as possible. It's not that we are afraid of death, but we can't recover to our peak. The people in the Forbidden Zone come in peak condition every time. If this goes on, we will not be able to defend soon. Once they open the Xuanda Grotto Heaven, there may be a new desperation powerhouse born. Is the Maple King's subordinate very powerful? The Maple Monarch is an old, true monarch of the Fey Plant Royal Court. He became a true monarch earlier than my father." Qin Yaoting sighed. "He has 8 divine general-level powerhouses under him, which are rank 9. Apart from these 8, there were also a few children, 2 of whom were rank 9. One of them was killed by us back then. However, the other person is extremely powerful. He is on par with me, and he has also walked his own path." Fang Ping asked suspiciously, "Maple Ninth City? You know him?" Qin Yaozu was shocked. "You know Fengjiu City?" Fang Ping nodded. "I know him. Of course I know him. Back in the King battlefield, he was so pitiful. If Zhang Tao wanted to hit him, he would hit him. The others didn't give him any face either. Even King Huai wasn't polite to him. Feng Jiuqing was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. When old Yao and the others went out, Feng Jiuqing wanted to attack them, but old Zhang coldly snorted and blew up his palm. Who knew if he was fine now? From Chen Yaozu's tone, it seemed that the other party was quite strong. Both of them seemed to be first-generation bloodlines at the pinnacle. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Thinking of this, Fang Ping coughed softly and said, "Senior, how far has your rank 9 Dao progressed? Is it 100 meters?" Chen Yaozu looked confused. What did he mean? Fang Ping explained, "Isn't it difficult to divide rank 9? I heard from Minister Zhang last time that the pinnacle powerhouses have walked 1,000 meters on their path and reached the end. That is the pinnacle. Based on this division, have you walked 100 meters? It was really difficult to use specific quantifiers to divide rank 9. Fang Ping did not even know how to measure the strength of a rank 9 powerhouse. Chun Yaozu heard this and laughed. He said, "Marshal King, this analogy is quite vivid and direct. Previously, we only made some rough divisions. Actually, in the division of realms, there are rarely any special big differences between the pinnacle and those below it. There are mainly 4 stages. Weak rank 9 who have comprehended the origin path, strong rank 9 and pinnacle. You should know the rest. As for strong rank 9, it means rank 9 martial artists who have already walked a part of the origin path. There is also a big gap between them. If we really divide it according to the 1,000 meters you mentioned, let's not talk about the weak rank 9. He has just barely stepped into rank 9. The gap between him and rank 8 is not too big. Rank 9 and strong rank 9 who have comprehended the origin path can be divided together. It's about 1 meter to 999 meters. However, don't think that the gap is huge. In reality, after comprehending the origin path, the gap is not as big as you think. On the other hand, 999 meters and 1,000 meters, that is a world of difference. Qin Yaoting sighed. This 1 meter difference is too big. If walking 999 meters on the origin path can allow you to fight 1 against 3 and defeat 3 rank 9 martial artists on the origin path, then at the pinnacle, you can fight 1 against 5 and defeat 5 powerhouses who have walked 999 meters. Do you think you can defeat 15 martial artists who have just comprehended the origin path? Then you are gravely mistaken. When the gap is huge, then it is not a matter of numbers. Killing some powerhouses who have just walked the origin path at the origin path is just a matter of moments. At this time, it is no longer a matter of numbers. For example, when you have mentality-vitality fusion, you can defeat 5 early-stage rank 6 martial artists working together, or even more. However, when you defeat rank 4 and 5 martial artists at this time, it is not a matter of numbers. If there are many rank 4 and 5 martial artists, you can kill early-stage rank 6 martial artists, but it is difficult to kill mentality-vitality fusion. Of course, Fang Ping understood. He asked immediately, "Then how far have you walked?" "If I really want to calculate, 600 or 700 meters. Chen Yaozu smiled and said, "Maybe you don't understand. Back then, this old man and Zhao Xingwu sparred once, and I won by a stroke of luck." Fang Ping understood immediately. He was ranked top 10 among the rank 9. Moreover, he had a rank 9 divine weapon. Fang Ping thought of this and asked hurriedly, "Did you use a rank 9 divine weapon? How could that be?" Chun Yaozu burst out laughing. "It was just a sparring. How could I use a divine weapon?" Fang Ping understood again. He understood now. He was about the same as Wu Chuan, maybe a little stronger. In that case, Fengju City was not weak. As for Wu Quishan, Zhang Tao said last time that he might reach the level of Zhao Xingwu and the others soon. That meant that he was still not as good as this old man in front of him. There are 9 rank 9s under King Feng's command. Indeed, he is very powerful. Beside him, the old woman sneered. 9? Second progenitor has been guarding here, not recovering, because he is not willing to give them a chance to enter the platform. Because only by guarding here can he unleash his full strength and it is easier to kill rank 9s. All these years, second progenitor has killed a total of 3 rank 9 divine generals. There are only 7 rank 9s left under King Feng's command. King Feng has his own royal territory in the restricted area, and there are at least a few rank 9s guarding it. Every time they come here, there are at most 3 or 4 of them. If Fengju City doesn't come, the others will practically have a death wish. As the old woman spoke, she looked at Qin Yaozu and sighed softly. It's a pity that second progenitor can't leave. Once he leaves, Endless Mountain will know very soon, and King Feng will send people here very soon. We also know their goal, which is to drag second progenitor to death. Therefore, we are also very happy that you can come this time. We hope that the situation here can be spread out as soon as possible, so that Patriarch and the others can send people here to take over. At least, we have to give second progenitor time to recover. Fong Ping nodded. Qin Yaozu was like the old vice-chancellor of MCMAU. The battle had been going on for a long time, and it had been dragged on. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Right now, the restricted area was to drag him to death. As for the humans, Chen family patriarch might not be unaware of the situation. In fact, he could also determine it through the people coming from the restricted area. However, it was very difficult for human powerhouses to enter the bounded area. Now that King Feng had sent people to keep an eye on this side and send people to take over, they might die halfway. There were not many rank 9s among humans. Qin family patriarch dared not be unwilling to take the risk. Since his son could still drag it out, then he would continue to drag it out. Senior, then how long until the next energy tide erupts? Qin Yaozu calculated for a while and said, about 5 days. So long? Fong Ping looked helpless. 5 days. 5 days in the forbidden catacombs. Maybe the war would be over. I still want to go out and join the war. However, according to Qin Yaozu, if the energy tide did not erupt in the boundary wall, he could not enter at all. Fong Ping thought about it and decided to give it a try. Without asking any more questions, a token appeared in Fong Ping's hand. It was the Zhangxian token that Old Wang had obtained. Fong Ping held the token and approached the illusory gatehouse. When the token was near, the silent token exploded with a faint glow, and the illusory gatehouse seemed to have become clearer. At this time, Wang Jinyang stretched out his hand and touched the boundary wall, giving Fong Ping a questioning look. Fong Ping nodded. Old Wang did not hesitate either, punching out. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Old Wang flew out. He said, Kent. On the other side, Li Hansong, who was guarding the plank road, said, Let me try. Old Wang. Wang Jinyang did not say much and went to guard the plank road entrance. They took turns to guard. Chen Yaozu did not say anything either. These brats were probably still worried that they would block the plank road entrance and catch them all in one fell swoop. They were quite vigilant. Li Hansong ran over. He also unleashed a vitality outburst and punched out. The result was the same. He flew out. This time, Li Hansong was also helpless. He mumbled no. Fong Ping and the rest knew what he meant. It was not his home. Yao Qingjun did not need his reminder. He also tried. The boundary wall still retaliated. Can't. Fong Ping frowned. No one activated the token in his hand. Without a matching aura, it could only make the illusory gatehouse slightly clearer. It could not open the door. Did this not mean that he had to wait for the energy tide to arrive 5 days later? Old Wang and the other 2 actually could not enter. They were all attacked. It seemed like they were not familiar with the owner here. 5 days. The other party will send people here in 5 days. Fong Ping actually did not really want to meet the people from the restricted area. Feng Jiuqing also knew him. If he really met them, that guy would go crazy and kill him when he saw him. The Chun family had 2 rank 9 martial artists here. They were not weak, but now they were extremely weak. Fong Ping glanced at these people. He could actually give them imperishable substances to help them recover. However, it was their first time meeting. Who knew if these people were really good people or fake? If they got greedy at the sight of money and killed him and the rest, then they would be finished. As for the token, Fong Ping looked at the token in his hand. If this thing was really snatched away, he actually did not care too much. This stupid thing could not even open the door. It might not be of much use. How do I get in? Fong Ping stared at the gatehouse for a while. The token had some effect, but the effect was not obvious. It lacked the owner's aura. That group of resurrected martial artists is actually related to the bounded boundaries. They might have been the descendants of the major grotto heavens in their past lives. In Star Town, I have seen many resurrected martial artists. Except for a few whose ranks are higher than mine, I can imitate the others' aura. Not only them, I can also imitate the aura of many rank 7 martial artists in the Hall of Myriad Origins who have not been resurrected. The token did not respond last time. Maybe that little bit of life origin is too weak. It might not be impossible. Fong Ping glanced at Qin Yaozu and the rest again, calculating in his heart. He simulated it. If he could open it, these people would not want to follow him in, would they? If they really followed him in and saw the absolute hope. Fong Ping dared not guarantee that this kind-looking old man would really not be tempted. I can't let them recover now. If they really recover to their strongest, although I don't think Old Wu is too strong, it won't be difficult to kill me in a second. I won't even have the strength to fight back. Unless I come out from inside. While Fong Ping was thinking, a crystal book suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as the crystal book appeared, Qin Yaozu and the rest's expressions changed. Qin Yaozu was just about to speak when Fong Ping suddenly restrained his aura. He smiled and said, "This is the treasure that the minister gave me before I came. He said that it will help in opening the bounded zone. Senior, let me try to open it now." As he said that, Fong Ping added, "The few of us have been given the right to control this thing by the minister. Old Wang, you guys come together. Let's try opening it together." Qin Yaozu's face was blank. A martial king could do this? He really did not know. His old father was the absolute peak, but he had never heard that he could give others a treasure that could conceal their aura. He recognized this thing. Was it not just a mentality clone? How could it conceal its aura? However, he could still see Fong Ping's aura concealment. Even he did not notice anything strange. Fong Ping did not say much. He also did not let Old Wang continue to guard the plank road entrance. When the few of them came, Fong Ping concealed their auras together. Then he hit a series of hand seals at the crystal book. Old Wang and the rest did not change their expressions, following suit. Qin Yaozu and the rest were stunned. What was he doing now? He had not left the realm territory for 15 years. Could it be that the martial arts in the outside world had changed again? Fong Ping did not care what they thought. Very quickly, he threw the token onto the crystal book. At this time, while Fong Ping was making hand seals, he was in fact constantly imitating the aura of the resurrected martial artists, imitating the rank 7 martial artists' life origin aura in the Hall of Myriad Origins. He thought of something. He imitated the aura, opened the door, and brought Old Wang and the rest in. That way, they could all imitate the same aura. However, Qin Yaozu and the rest, Fong Ping felt helpless. You guys are too strong. I can't bring you guys along even if I wanted to. I can't change the aura of people who are stronger than me. Therefore, if the door really opened later, they would not be able to enter. Fong Ping changed his aura again and again, but the token did not respond. Among the resurrected martial artists he met in Stellar Sky City, other than the few that could not be imitated, he tried the rest, but it still did not work. Helpless, Fong Ping could only continue trying. That day in the Hall of Myriad Origins, Hall 318, other than rank 8 and 9, there were close to 100 early stage and middle stage rank 7 martial artists. And in these halls, there were about 50 or so life origin existences. At this moment, Fong Ping was imitating these life origin auras. While imitating, Fang Ping said, "Senior, if we really go in, see if we can see some restorative treasures like imperishable substances, so that you guys can recover your full combat strength. However, this token might not be able to pass through many areas, so it might not work. I don't know if we can get the cultivation method this time," Fang Ping rambled on. Li Hansong and the rest continued to remain silent. Was he going to lay the groundwork in advance? Or was he going to appease them? "When we come out, if the people from the restricted area come, when the time comes, you guys will recover your full strength, and I will use the backup that the minister left behind to kill all the rank 9s under the Maple King's command in one go. When the time comes, after we seize the token, you guys can return to the House of Guardians. There's no need to continue guarding here." Chun Yaozu laughed. "If you guys can really go in, forget about the restorative treasures. The cultivation method is the most important. Don't worry, we will guard this side well, so that you guys won't encounter the people from the restricted area the moment you come out." The old man's words sounded very touching. Fang Ping also felt that a person who guarded for 15 years without even recovering from his injuries was worthy of respect. But in the end, he did not do anything that would expose his possession of large amounts of imperishable substances. He would think about it after going in. If he could not go in, then he would give these people some imperishable substances before leaving, and leave after that. As he spoke, the token floating in midair suddenly trembled. Fang Ping's expression changed. The others looked at the token one after another. At this moment, the token was actually glowing with an even brighter light, and the gatehouse was also becoming clearer. Not enough. But it's effective. This is the Tai Bai Mountain Green Bull sect leader's aura. Fang Ping remembered the owner of this rank, 7 martial artist origin aura, and his eyes moved slightly. Tai Bai Mountain Green Bull sect. This was a sect from 1,000 years ago. It felt like it had nothing to do with the Xuanda Grotto. But the Xuanda Grotto, according to the legend, it was located in Tai Bai Mountain. Sure enough, those sects from 1,000 years ago are related to the Bounded Boundaries. When Commander Li entered the Bounded Boundaries back then, it was said that his mother was a resurrected martial artist. That little bit of origin inheritance actually allowed him to enter, probably related to Commander Li's powerful strength. His aura is too weak, not enough. Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly looked at Old Wang and the others, growling, "Go all out!" Previously, they had restrained their auras. These fellows were really pretending, and Fang Ping was only imitating. But now, Fang Ping had also changed their auras in an instant. It was the same aura as the Green Bull sect leader. For people, all rank 7, and 2 of them were middle stage rank 7. With this kind of strength, even if the Green Bull sect leader was resurrected and recovered his original strength, there was no way he could compare. For people's auras changed instantly. Fang Ping's palm appeared blood red, and a gush of vitality force surged into the token. The other 3, one after another, followed suit and acted together. The token trembled even more violently, and the gatehouse, too, became clearer. Chun Yaozu was dumbfounded. This could work too. How did he do it? King Wu even knew how to open the bounded domain. This was too unbelievable. The few of them looked at the crystal book one after another. How did King Wu do all this? While Chun Yaozu was in a daze, he could not help but say, "King Wu is getting stronger and stronger. Could he really take that step?" The old ancestor beside him also said in shock, "Could it really open the Xuanda Grotto Heaven?" If it could be opened with just a token, then many Grotto Heavens would have been opened by now. Opening the Grotto Heaven required more than this. Although King Feng's people came here with the token, they only wanted to wait for the tide to erupt when the boundary wall was the most unstable, and use the token to open a gap. But now the energy tide had not erupted yet. Even if King Feng's people wanted to open the gap, they would have to pay a huge price. They might even need a rank 9 powerhouse to break the barrier by force. Chun Yaozu looked at the token. then at the gatehouse that was getting more and more realistic. His eyes were filled with excitement, and he murmured, "If it can really be opened, then take away the things inside. Even if King Feng's people come again and really open the bounded domain, it will be no big deal." When that time came, he could go home. It had been 15 years. He had guarded this place for 15 years. Day and night, he was worried that King Feng's people would come, barge in, take away something useful to humans, or obtain the opportunity to enter the peak. If all these were gone, even if the bounded domain was rich in energy, it would be nothing. If King Feng really wanted it, so what if he gave it to him? They were excited, but Fang Ping was even more excited. At this moment, Fang Ping's face was flushed red. He roared harder, "Go all out. This isn't the real master's aura. It's just borrowing the minister's power to forcefully change a little aura. It's not enough." Li Hansong was mentally exhausted. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to push the blame to the minister. When these people went back later and asked, he would be exposed. But after thinking about it, it was nothing. When he really went back, Fang Ping was probably not afraid of being exposed. Here, he was worried that the Qin family would get greedy at the sight of wealth. He was not afraid when he went out. Moreover, by then he would probably have gotten all the things in the bounded domain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The boundary wall began to tremble. The gatehouse seemed to be squeezing out. The sparkling and translucent boundary wall began to ripple like water. Fang Ping hurriedly kept the crystal book in his arms. If this thing did not attract the counterattack of the bounded domain, it would be troublesome. Now it was more or less enough to pretend. They began to move toward the gatehouse. The boundary wall trembled even more violently. Wisps of liquid like energy began to atomize and permeate. "It's really going to open." The members of the Chun family were overjoyed. Soon, however, Chun Yaozu's expression changed. "Get ready. Now that the boundary wall is fluctuating in advance, it will soon trigger the energy tide. King Feng's people are coming." After saying that, Chun Yaozu looked at Fang Ping and the others and shouted, "My friends, you must be careful. After entering, do not wander around. These tokens are not the core tokens. No, the real master of the Grotto Heaven doesn't need tokens at all. The token is only a pass for some outer disciples, so don't enter the depths and don't enter the secret place. Try going to the cultivation tower. Even if you can't get the mentality cultivation method, the other cultivation methods from the ancient martial era can also be a great reference for us. Remember, the most important thing is the cultivation method." At this time, Fang Ping had already seen a small gap opening in the boundary wall. Looking at the old man's earnest advice, Fang Ping felt helpless. It seemed like he was going to bleed. Moreover, once the boundary wall opened, the energy would leak. King Feng's people were coming. Fang Ping shouted in a low voice, "Enter!" Old Wang and the others were extremely fast. Like noodles, they squeezed into the gap forcefully. Their bodies were hit by the brutal energy, leaving bloody marks. Iron Head was the first to squeeze in. He pulled Old Yao and Old Wang, pulling them to their deaths. He pulled so hard that their bones creaked. He dragged the two of them in forcefully. Without the support of these three people, the gap in the boundary wall began to shrink. At this time, while squeezing into the gap, Fang Ping turned around and threw a big gold ball, saying loudly, "This is the life-saving treasure that the minister gave us. Seniors, this is for you. Don't die. It's okay, even if we die, but you are the pillars of humanity." Chun Yaozu caught the gold ball and knew what it was. He panicked and said, "No, my friend. Seniors, we can die without regrets. You must live, you must live. My name is Fang Ping. If I die, please take care of my family." As he spoke, Fang Ping had already been dragged in by the three of them like a dead dog. "You're still acting at this time. Aren't you tired? You still have to do a parting of life and death, a virtuous and righteous performance." Old Wang and the other two were about to collapse. Did they not see that the boundary wall was about to close completely? As soon as the four of them entered, the boundary wall closed completely. The gatehouse once again returned to its illusory state. Chun Yaozu was moved. He looked like he was struggling. He sighed and said, "My friend Fong Ping, how can this be? The martial king gave them these life-saving immortal substances. This much. It shows how much the martial king values them. Now that these are gone, what should we do?" The other Qin family elders also had complicated expressions. Someone said in a low voice, Second Patriarch, "If the few of them are seriously injured inside and don't have the immortal substances to recover, it'll be troublesome." Chun Yaozu sighed. "How can I not know? My friend is worried about our injuries." Sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the old woman beside him with a face full of dissatisfaction. He scolded, "Little Seven, who told you to talk nonsense earlier? You had to say that I'm seriously injured." Although the old woman was not young, she still looked respectful when she was scolded. She said apologetically, "Second Patriarch, I was just complaining. I didn't expect that my friends would have the immortal substances." Sigh. Chun Yaozu sighed again. He shook his head and said, "Fine, share some with them. Recover your strength as soon as possible. I hope my friends can return safely. If something really happens after we get out, we'll repay you for saving our lives." Chun Yaozu sighed again and again. His heart was filled with emotion. The martial artists of the neo-martial era were indeed different. His father started the neo-martial era. Today, the Chun family descendants benefited from it. It could be considered a drink and a peck. It's just that I took advantage of my friends. How can I be at ease? Chun Yaozu sighed again. Fine, it was good to recover their strength. When the Maple King's people came, they could catch them off guard and give them a fatal blow. There's nothing I can do to repay you. I can only kill a few more enemies. At this moment, the Chun family's second patriarch was filled with emotion for Fong Ping and the others. The younger generation had such a character. No wonder he entered rank 7 at such a young age. With such a breadth of mind, as long as they could come out alive this time, they would be more than just rank 7. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 664. Now, during the double monthly vote period, 5,000 votes would be enough to catch up. Old Eagle wanted to be in the top 10 of the annual billboard. Originally, when the golden keyboard of the month came out, Old Eagle would be satisfied with just taking it. His brothers had also spent a lot of money on the golden keyboard. If he went to the monthly votes list, it would be too greedy. But his brothers had given Old Eagle hope. Yesterday, the gap between him and the 10th place was over 40,000 votes, so Old Eagle had not thought about it. But now, everyone could see that the gap was so small that it was practically tempting to commit a crime. At this point, Old Eagle definitely had to do something. He had to make a fortune, he had to be in the limelight, he had to show off for once, in short. Everything could be summed up in one word: do it! There were only 2 days left. He still hoped that everyone could cast some monthly votes, catch up, and take the top 10 of the year. The top 10 of the year were all platinum and godly. If Old Eagle managed to sneak in, perhaps he would become a godly next year. There was still hope. Brothers, please give me some support in the last 2 days of 2018. Thank you very much. Take the top 10 and have a great 2018. Chapter 665. It feels so good. A moan jolted everyone out of their reverie. The 3 of them looked at Li Han-song. Li Han-song looked embarrassed and said sheepishly, "I couldn't help it. It felt so good." They ignored him. This guy was developing in the same direction as Qin Fengqing. Fong Ping and the others felt good too. At this moment, it was as if they had fallen into seawater of energy. While Li Han-song was complaining about how good it felt, Fong Ping had already taken out a super big bottle. Gurgle, the energy in the Xuanda Grotto Heaven had really liquefied. The energy tide had not erupted yet, but the energy in the Grotto Heaven was already saturated. With a slight fluctuation, it would turn into liquid and drip onto the ground. Fong Ping did not even have time to look around. Once he entered, he took out the big bottle and filled it with energy liquid. He had actually prepared for this. Last time in Tiannan, he already knew that the energy here had liquefied. Before coming here this time, he had also made some preparations. Although energy liquid was not as good as life essence, the liquid that could be turned into was also extremely valuable. At least, it was worth more than energy stones. Fong Ping waved the big bottle, fishing around. After a while, the big bottle was filled with energy liquid. While waving the bottle, Fong Ping threw out an even bigger energy crystal box, shouting, "Iron Head, dig! Don't dig too deep. Be careful. Don't touch the seal underground. There must be a seal here." "Dig," Fong Ping scolded. "Nonsense." Qin Fengqing ate a mouthful of soil, and his meridians and flesh were directly reforged. That guy just conveniently took a handful. "We're here." "Yes." Their eyes were bright. At this moment, even Wang Jinyang was no exception. He began to squat down and dig. The underground soil seemed to be slightly crystallized. In reality, Fong Ping and the others were not stepping on soil, but the ground that was paved with energy crystals. A sparkling and translucent crystal path extended from the gatehouse to the interior. However, there was still soil on both sides of the path. They were digging the soil on both sides. As for the energy crystals on the path, no, these were energy stones. Wang Jinyang did not pay attention to it before. Now he suddenly exclaimed, "Was this originally paved with energy stones? Or did the accumulation of energy recharge these energy crystals and turn them into energy stones? They're all supreme grade." Li Hansong's face was also full of shock. This huge path was filled with top-grade energy stones. In other words, almost all of them were rank 9, which was a higher grade than the core mineral veins. After Li Hansong recovered from his shock, he hurriedly said, "Has this road been dug?" "I don't know how long the road is. Just the ground alone, a meter long, is equivalent to a cubic meter of top-grade energy stones." It was a 1-meter-long road. Even if they could not see the bottom, just the road surface alone was probably about a ton of energy stones. They were all of the highest quality. 1 gram for 600,000, 1 ton was worth 600 billion. Just by digging this road, even if it wasn't the entire road, everyone would be rich. This was even greater than digging up King City. It would have been better if they hadn't settled the score, but once they did, their eyes glowed green. Didn't this mean that they could learn from Fong Ping and set up their own private energy mine? Fong Ping's eyes glowed. Then he scolded suddenly, "Stop dreaming. The owner of the Xuanda Grotto is quite evil. There's a restriction underground. The buildings here seem to be like the stone monument. They're considered as a whole." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked regretful. Before this, Wang Jinyang had advised Fong Ping not to have any wicked ideas. Now, as he dug the soil, he stared at the crystal road. His reluctance to part was clear in his words. The stone monument was only a material used to create accessories for the mentality restriction. He did not value it too much. If a middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artist encountered a high-ranked martial artist, even with this, could they really survive? Maybe the source stones were different, especially when they were all of the highest quality. If he brought them back to NMAU within 3 months, the strength of all NMAU instructors and students would increase a lot. Middle-ranked martial artists did not care about mentality. Before rank 6, there was no need to locate the Sanjiao Gate. From rank 1 to rank 5, the body honed, the bones honed, the internal organs honed, the flesh and meridians honed, the word honed, ran through rank 1 to rank 5. All of this required a large amount of energy to support the martial artist's consumption. Energy was not unlimited. If it was consumed, it would be reduced. If there were more martial artists, the energy consumption would be greater. NMAU was not as rich and imposing as MCMAU. They could not support this kind of cultivation. Right now, right under his nose, a real energy Tao was at his disposal, but he could only see it and not take it. Wang Jinyang felt like his heart was broken. As he dug the soil ferociously, he stared at the Tao with a dim light in his eyes, as if he wanted to swallow the Tao alive. The other two were the same. Fang Ping was not surprised at all. Martial artists were actually people who would open their eyes to money. Back then, in order to get some resources, Old Wang did not hesitate to go south and north. He started to cause trouble when he was rank 1, and he even instigated Fang Ping. He was not a good person either. It was just that after reaching the high ranks, some things were not too eye-catching. That was why he was as calm as a big brother. However, when he saw those divine weapons in the king's battleground that day, his eyes were still red as if he had seen a naked beauty. Yao Qingjun and Li Hansong were no exception. Right now, they all had the same expression. Fang Ping was slightly better. As he filled the energy fluid, he looked around and said casually, "Don't be so short-sighted. It's like you've never seen the energy stones before. It's not easy to come to the boundary zone. Are we here for these things?" "Yes," the three of them said in unison. Fang Ping's face darkened. "Nonsense. We're here for the cultivation methods, for all of humanity to become stronger." "Who said we're here for these?" The three of them showed a look of disdain at the same time. "Since you're not here, then you King started to fill the energy fluid without saying a word? How many big bottles did you prepare?" "No, there were also big boxes. This guy actually built quite a number of huge energy crystal boxes. The few of them were in awe of him. No one was as well prepared as him. If it were someone else, even if they came in, even if they saw all these, they might not have the chance to take them away." Fang Ping ignored them. He looked around and soon felt that something was wrong. Then he looked up with this look. Fang Ping said with a shocked expression, "F***CK. I thought we've already reached the place. It feels like we're still underground. Guys, the Sky Palace is still in the sky." The place they entered was already at the top of a mountain thousands of meters high. Fang Ping thought that after entering the gatehouse, they had already reached the place. But now, when he looked up again, there was actually an incomparably huge palace floating in the air. Previously, when it was blocked by the atomized energy fluid, he did not notice it. As soon as Fang Ping said that, Old Wang and the others looked up quickly. Li Hansong murmured, "It's the same as last time." "No, this place is even higher than the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven's Sky Palace. I remember that the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven's Sky Palace is only a few hundred meters in the air. This place is almost 10,000 meters in the air, right?" That stretch of endless Sky Palace, even at this moment, was still thousands of meters high in the air. What did this mean? This meant that it was at least 10,000 meters high from the sea level where they entered the bounded zone. "Fang Ping, are you sure this is really not your Sky Palace?" Li Hansong asked again. "Such a tall Sky Palace. Are you sure it was not built by you?" If it was not Fang Ping, then the owner of the Xuanda Grotto Heaven was really arrogant. Fang Ping stared at the Sky Palace in the sky, ignoring him. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Be careful, all of you. Don't forget we encountered that powerful origin in Tiannan last time. Since this place is well preserved, maybe there's also that thing." Hearing that, Li Hansong was a little frightened. He did not forget the last time when he and Old Qin had just squeezed in. They were controlled by that huge force and then thrown out. Looking around, Li Hansong's eyes flickered slightly. There are also buildings underground. Could it be that the Sky Palace is actually a place where the owner stays and the servants live below? Fang Ping and the others also saw that the area they were in also had buildings. Above them was the Sky Palace suspended in the air. It was a grand scale. Below them, there were also pavilions and towers, the buildings magnificent. As they looked and looked, Fang Ping focused and said, "Be careful, all of you. This place seems to have been destroyed." Fang Ping frowned slightly. He had already seen some buildings in front of him. He did not look too closely before, but now that he looked closely, he realized that something was wrong. Among the buildings, Some had already collapsed. It did not seem like they had collapsed naturally over a long period of time. Instead, they were affected and destroyed by the war. Back then, the minister said that the soil that Qin Fengqing ate was not soil. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, and the few of them reacted quickly. The soil in the boundary zone was actually not just pure soil. It included some messy things. The flesh and blood of powerhouses, the existence of mentality that had been obliterated, imperishable substances, even some of the origin that had spilled out. Previously, they had not really thought about it in detail. Now that they thought about it, did this not mean that the boundary zone had actually also had a war? Could it be that the war back then had affected a wide area, even fighting all the way to their lair, all the way to the boundary zone, and not just limited to the place where the kings fought? Fang Ping said softly, "That's true. It's impossible that the boundary zone did not leave people behind and went out in full force. Maybe in the later stages of the war, some people retreated, and in the end a war still broke out." Fang Ping said casually. A big bottle was already full. Fang Ping kept the bottle and the box of soil that old Wang and the others had dug up. Looking ahead at the main road, he said, "Let's go. We'll put these small coins aside for now. Let's go take a look at the buildings." As he said that, Fang Ping raised his head and looked at the Sky Palace. The huge Sky Palace buildings seemed to have existed since ancient times, suspended in the air, not moving an inch. This Sky Palace, how did it float up? Everyone shook their heads. They really did not know. This was not a small house. This was an incomparably huge building that stretched for thousands of miles. Fang Ping and the others could also do it now, controlling a small house with mentality and making it float in the air. However, if they were dead, then it would be useless. Absolute peak could solidify mentality, which could be achieved for a long time, like the Imperial Sea Mountain. However, the Imperial Sea Mountain also had a foundation. It was built by piling up countless huge boulders. It did not appear out of thin air. However, the Sky Palace was really suspended in the air. Such an incomparably huge building. A boundary zone might not have expended any less energy than the Imperial Sea Mountain. It was simply unbelievable. Li Hansong stared at the Sky Palace for a while, asking, "Can we go up?" Fang Ping, in the past, martial arts ranks were strict. The Sky Palace buildings should be where the masters are. The token that you have and the aura that you imitate might not be some core personnel. "I know," Fang Ping said in a low voice. "Don't go up first. If we alarm something, then it'll be troublesome. We might end up with nothing. Search below first. This token is a rank 9 powerhouses token. Although we can only imitate that rank 7 martial artist's aura, rank 7 is not cabbage. There might be a way to enter the Sky Palace. Below, there shouldn't be too many restrictions. The Sky Palace, that's hard to say. We'll check it out later. Even if we're thrown out, we won't end up with nothing." "I'm not afraid of being thrown out. I'm afraid," Li Hansong said softly. "I'm afraid that I'll be like the Yang family's old ancestor. Outside, I'll be suppressed to death." That day, Qin Fengqing said that he saw the Yang family's old ancestor being suppressed to death at the main entrance of the Sky Palace's Imperial Road. Who suppressed him? If he was not mistaken, it was that powerful source energy that was suppressing it. Even an absolute peak could be suppressed to death. It was really too scary. If the boundary zone had ill intentions towards them, with just the few of them, they would be 100% finished. No matter how golden Fang Ping's core house was, it was useless. Once it suppressed you, you would die without a doubt. Fang Ping licked his slightly dry lips and laughed. "Since we're already here, don't think too much about it. Every time we enter the catacombs, it's like this. If there's really no danger, would it be our turn?" As he said that, Fang Ping took a step and said, "Let's go." He was just about to move when Li Hansong said reluctantly, "Let's dig a little more. Otherwise, if we're thrown out later, we'll have come here for nothing." Fang Ping was speechless. He said, "This soil is a little different from what Qin Fengqing grabbed. The energy is very rich, comparable to rank 7 and 8 energy stones, but it doesn't seem to be mixed with anything else. For a little rank 7 and 8 energy stones. Don't waste too much time. The few of them looked at him in unison. Fang Ping, you're too full of yourself. In the past, you were green with envy for low-grade energy stones. Now you actually don't care about these? Fang Ping looked helpless. When these guys came in, they kept persuading him not to be green with envy when they saw good things. I haven't even been green with envy, but you guys are green with envy first. To be honest, Fang Ping did not have much need for things like energy stones now. If he really had a need, that mineral vein of his would be enough for him to use. Now, the only thing that limited his rapid progress in his realm was mentality. After achieving mentality-vitality unity, he could nurture his mentality. His speed was not slow. In just a few months, his mentality had exceeded 2,200 hertz. It was only late September now. At the beginning of the year, he was only rank 5. However, to Fang Ping it was still slow. As his knowledge grew, the number of paragons he had seen was more than a handful. The Fang Ping now felt that even a rank 9 was weak. At the very least, he had to be a rank 9 paragon. All right, dig another box. Once we're done, we'll go explore immediately. You guys, this is all you're asking for. The few of them turned a deaf ear to him. Yes, this was all we were asking for. There was no other way. They were poor. It's not like everyone is as rich as you. Also, if you had the guts, don't take it. While they were digging, Fang Ping began to use the big bottle to scoop up the energy liquid again. More than 10 minutes later, Yao, Chengjun said in a low voice, dig another box. Okay, Fang Ping agreed readily. I'll try fishing another bottle. Half an hour later, Old Wang said, 4 of us, dig 4 boxes. 1 box for each person to distribute. Okay. 40 minutes later, Fang Ping said with a serious expression, we're not digging anymore. It's been so long, and we haven't done anything yet. Everyone nodded. There was no other reason. The soil beside the Crystal Avenue was almost hollowed out by them. They did not dare to dig too deep. There was a restriction underneath. Moreover, the soil here was only crystallized energy on the surface. When they reached the depths, it was not much different from the outside world. Not only them, Fang Ping had also almost fished up the energy liquid nearby. He had fished up 4 big bottles. The surrounding energy was obviously much thinner. The few of them did not have any more ideas about the soil and energy liquid. One by one, they stepped onto the Crystal Avenue. Very soon, the few of them walked along the Crystal Avenue and headed toward the depths. Just as they left outside the border wall, Chun Yaozu and the others could vaguely see the situation inside the border wall now. After staring at the border wall for a while, Chun Yaozu said slowly, did you guys notice? Second Patriarch, what's wrong? I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me. Didn't you guys notice that the border of the border wall, the ground seems to be a little lower? The few of them craned their necks to look at the border wall. The border wall was a little blurry, not very clear. After looking for a while, someone mumbled, it seems to be a little shorter. It seems much lower than where we are. They're scraping the ground 3 feet deep. Someone murmured. He could not help but ask in a low voice, Second Patriarch, are these few really that pure and kind? It was not that they could not scrape the ground 3 feet deep. The key was that these few fellows had not gone in for long. Without doing anything serious, they actually went to dig the ground. This was too weird. Chun Yaozu did not answer. He said again, the energy that seeped in seems to be much weaker. The energy tied this time won't disappear, right? Fang Ping had fished up 4 big bottles of energy near the border wall. Now he could clearly feel that the energy that seeped in had become much weaker. The energy that had seeped out when the border wall was forcefully opened earlier had also disappeared. If this went on, the energy tied this time might not erupt. Of course, regardless of whether it would or not, the energy that had seeped out earlier and erupted a lot might have attracted the attention of some monsters. If the monsters moved, the Maple King's men would probably be here soon. Moreover, it was almost the time for the normal energy tide to erupt. The few of them looked at each other. These few fellows were really something. Bandits crossing the border. Energy, soil. If it were outsiders who entered, they would probably not even consider these. Someone mumbled, "The avenue behind the gatehouse is still there. The bounded zones buildings are integrated. With the avenue, it can't be moved away." Inside the bounded zone, the four of them walked forward on the Crystal Avenue. After walking for a while, a huge palace came into view. Wang Jinyang stared at the signboard of the palace for a while and said, "Guest Palace." Fang Ping glanced at him and said, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. This is the place to welcome the guests." "More or less. It's not far from the gatehouse. It's probably where the guests temporarily rest." As Wang Jinyang said that, he looked toward the right side of the avenue. There was also a big hall there, but it looked much more boorish. He said, "Myriad Beasts Palace." "Myriad Beasts Palace?" Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, "Myriad Beasts Palace? Is it where the guests keep their mounts?" "Probably." Wang Jinyang nodded and said, "The left side welcomes the guests and the right side houses the mounts. That's normal." The doors of the two big halls were closed at the moment. The guest palace on the left had some carvings on the huge bronze ancient door. The Myriad Beasts Palace on the right had many carvings of demons. Li Hansong looked left and right, asking, "Which way should we go?" Fang Ping was not in a hurry to answer. Another stone appeared in his hand, and he threw it toward the guest palace's door. The stone hit the door, making a crisp metallic sound. "Let's go in and take a look at the guest palace. But this is only a place to welcome the guests. There might not be anything good inside." Fang Ping did not hold out much hope. It was normal. Who would store anything good in a place for the guests to rest temporarily? Everyone had no objections. However, when they walked to the front of the bronze door that was more than 10 meters tall, Li Hansong still asked carefully, "There won't be any living people inside, right?" Yao Chengjun did not care too much about this. Instead, he looked toward the door and said, "Under normal circumstances, isn't the door always open for the guest palace? Why is it closed?" Maybe it was on the eve of the Great War that year. They knew that no one would come, so they closed the door. It's quite normal. Fang Ping explained casually. Wang Jinyang laughed and said, "It's hard to say. Maybe after the Great War, some people fled here and closed the door in order to avoid it. The buildings here are one. I feel that it's also connected to the seal. Maybe it has a certain defense system." The few of them were not making idle guesses. They were worried that opening the door would cause some trouble or attack. The divine armor appeared on Li Hansong's body. He said, "Then I'll try to open the door. You guys stay away." This bounded zone has existed for at least 2,000 years. The battle at the Marshall King battlefield was at least 2,000 years ago. If there's really someone alive, the energy here is so rich. Everyone sucked in a deep breath. 2,000 years. Even a pig wouldn't have a low cultivation base under such rich energy. Of course, it was normal for it to die before it could break through. Although martial artists rarely cared about how long powerhouses could live, it was common for rank 7 powerhouses to live for 200 to 300 years. Rank 8 was even more awesome. Rank 8 golden body powerhouses always had abundant energy. It might not be difficult for them to live for 1,000 years. Fang Ping and the others were too lazy to think about how long they could live. It would not be too late to verify it after they had lived for a few thousand years. Li Hansong and the others took a few steps back. They followed the stairs and walked toward the hall door. When Li Hansong started to push the door, a faint vibration came from the gigantic ancient bronze door. The door did not open. Fang Ping observed for a while and said, "It should be a token. The grotto heaven is quite strict." After saying that, Fang Ping did not hide anymore. He went up the stairs and unleashed his vitality. The token emitted a faint glow. As if it had been too long, the hall door trembled for a while. After a long time, the hall door trembled slightly. The two doors began to open slowly. The moment the hall door opened, a decaying aura erupted from the gap of the door. Fang Ping and Li Hansong both took a few steps back. They were not in a hurry to enter. They stood on both sides of the door and waited. "Is anyone there?" Fang Ping shouted. Then he said loudly, "We are human martial artists, earth martial artists. Humans are about to perish. The future generations are here to seek help from the ancestors of the Grotto Heaven powerhouses." After shouting for a while, Fang Ping said, "Let's go. Let's greet them first. Otherwise, someone will say that we came uninvited." After saying that, Li Hansong still took the lead. Fang Ping and the others were extremely vigilant. They stepped into the hall together. "Have we lost?" "No, it can't be. Where's the sect leader? Where are the 9 true god elders? Brothers, follow me and fight our way out. The sect leader will come back." The moment Fang Ping and the others stepped into the hall, a murmur echoed in everyone's ears in the spacious hall. At this moment, everyone seemed to go back in time, back to a few thousand years ago. Before their eyes, scenes of the past seemed to appear. All the powerhouses of the Xuande Grotto Heaven went out and went to the restricted area to eliminate the enemy. In the end, no one returned. Countless powerhouses surged over and killed their way into the Grotto Heaven. In the guest reception palace, some of the disciples of the Grotto Heaven sect were in despair and disbelief. Under the leadership of some people, they killed their way out of the hall and fought with the enemy. In their ears, the murmurs dissipated quickly. Fang Ping touched a giant pillar in front of him gently. It was stained with some dark colors. It should be bloodstains. Back then, there seemed to be a great battle here too. Fang Ping knew that it was not an auditory hallucination. It was the unwilling roar of the group of people in the hall that year. It echoed in the hall for thousands of years. Here, martial artists above rank 7 might have died in battle. Rank 7 martial artists' mentality remnants might leave behind some fragments. Sighing, Fang Ping touched the giant pillar and said softly, "The metal giant pillar is comparable to A-class alloy. No, maybe it's even stronger." Ancient martial artists are really rich. It was such a huge metal pillar. At a glance, there were actually dozens of them in the main hall. On the giant pillars, exquisite patterns were carved. They were luxurious, yet restrained. All of them are money. Fang Ping sighed again. In the blessed Grotto Heaven, he finally understood what it meant to be extravagant. Compared to them, modern martial artists were really poor beyond belief. Someone like Old Zhang, who was at the pinnacle, was actually so poor. However, it was just a guest reception hall. If it was really demolished, maybe he could buy dozens of divine weapons. No, maybe even more. It's a pity that I can't take it away. Old Zhang probably hasn't entered the bounded domain before. Otherwise, he would be green with envy. Fang Ping sighed again and again, but he did not forget to look around. When he saw the beam above the hall, Fang Ping suddenly rubbed his eyes and said in a daze, Is this the torso of a rank 9 monster plant?" The martial artists of the ancient martial era were too crazy. The beam above the hall seemed to be the torso of a rank 9 monster plant. Fang Ping felt that he could not be wrong. This was too awesome. Using the torso of a rank 9 monster plant, especially a tree monster plant, as a beam was unheard of. This was just the guest reception palace. The sky palace in the sky. How spectacular would that be? No, how rich. Fang Ping was still in shock. Not far away, Wang Jinyang and the others had already begun their inspection. The hall was not really empty. There were some huge chairs on both sides. They did not look like modern chairs, but more like the thrones in the catacombs. As for the skeleton, he did not see it. He did not know whether it was self-annihilation after death, or if some of the people who died that year survived and restrained it.